that in a couple of days,
Oh, I don't need it yet.
even more will watch us
I don't want the battery.
on YouTube and Facebook and many other platforms.
Okay.
Everything all good.
Thank you. Did we get an audio check from all the others?
No.
No, not me.
And we have 6 minutes.
What is going on?
Oh gosh, we haven't tested even half of us.
Good, Beth.
Just
You
for
guys better
people.
speed up.
Only 4 people were
We're
tested.
not going to 100.
You have to count really fast.
I'll count faster.
You got to speak from heart.
Богдан, да, ты звонил? Ага. А где она? Не хочет. Лида должна... Где Лида?
01、32、17、18、19、20、21、22、23、24、25、26、27、28、29、30、31、32、33、34、35、36、37、38、39、40、41、42、43、44、45、46、47、48、49、50、51、52、53、54、55、56、57、58、59、60、61、62、63、64、65、66、67、68、69、70、71、72、73、74、75、76、77、78、79、80、81、82、83、84、85、86、87、88、89、90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 5, 6, 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Уже
7,
говорят, что
8, 9,
подтянулись.
10. Let's do it.
When do I start? Do you know where Оля, ты знаешь, когда я начинаю? Какой у меня тайминг?
Ты видишь внизу компьютер?
Я вижу.
Не
Это мне
веришь?
будет постоянно туда смотреть?
Не веришь?
Ты же сам
Губы
не надо,
В самом-самом.
Слишком...
Чтоб я просто не пропустила, будет заминка.
Тебе нужно смотреть на без носа.
What time is it now?
Guys, can everyone check that the Zoom is off? Audio is off for everyone.
Забери мой телефон.
Do you want to give your phone
No,
to the girls?
I don't.
You can turn it off. Just turn it off.
Everyone, all Zoom connections should be audio off. Check please all your devices.
Да.
When the Zoom is off, audio is
No chewing gum in this mouth.
4 минуты.
everyone, Zoom off. Девочки, Zoom off.
That's what I wanted to find out. What time it is.
Одни экраны видно будет, наверное, надо вот так сделать, чтобы не было видно. Олька, когда в начале lift up your iPad so the screens are not shown. У меня закрыт. Okay. Jason. Катюх, lift up your iPad. So
Lift up.
the screen, yeah. Lift up so when they turn off the light, it's not showing that we screen.
Dear speakers, please pay attention that we have simultaneous translation in Zoom into English and Russian languages on the bottom of the panel. Thank you.
I'll be challenging for the back.
Уважаемые спикеры, обратите внимание, что есть перевод на русский в Zoom внизу на панели, в значке «Перевод».
Надо выключить, чтобы было.
Ребята, прошу соблюдать молчание. Мы начинаем.
2 minutes quiet on set.
Yes.
1 minute. Seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
We are happy to welcome everyone to a Global Society conference today. Creative Society, united we can, and on the platform of ALLATRA International Public Movement. This is an historical day, as today we are united with millions of people all over the world, countries everywhere, in order to openly discuss the severity of the current situation in the world, and most importantly, how we can build the better creative society worldwide by peaceful means and start living the life worthy of a human being. The conference is today will be simultaneously translated into over 30 languages and broadcast on thousands of channels all over the world on this platform today.
We were supposed to have this event this past May of 2020, but due to the pandemic, we kept postponing it. And finally, we realized that we can host it online, and it took us half a year to realize that. We thought, why should we wait when we have this amazing technology today? We can come together online and regardless of the pandemic, unite and have an honest discussion that is so vital today. This conference is organized by volunteers from all over the world for all people worldwide. And today, let's talk about the perspectives for the future of humanity that all people are looking for and simple steps towards achieving it. Because everyone wants prosperous and safe world for themselves and their kids, but do not know what to do and mistakenly believe they cannot aid in the change. And today, let's draw the parallel between the world we live in and the future we all desire, the creative society, a world worthy of a human being. If we want to live in harmony, then why do we live in a world with wars, destruction, and separation? When the consumerist format that we live in is leading our society towards self-destruction, who aids in the formation of tyrants and how they manipulate and divide us? Who benefits from wars and conflicts? Why, instead of fixing the problem of hunger worldwide, we are supporting those who want to decrease the number of people on the planet? Who is our true enemy, people or system? Let's talk about how your silence depriving all kids of the future. Let's talk today about what is a true unification and how we all can unite in one idea in order to change the vector of our society's development from a consumer-oriented to a creative society by peaceful means. The conference is initiated by people, for each person, because each person can do a lot to help build a creative society in the near future.
Let's begin by opening our eyes to the reality of the present day. The sooner we do this, human beings will once be able to come together. At least for now, this is our planet. And this planet is ours. It's our home. let's begin to build a better life together for everyone. We are going today talk about the truth of the world and where we live. We are not going to talk about anything else but the reality of it all, because the sooner we do this, the sooner we start telling the truth, we can build a better life for us and our children. So let's begin.
Today, millions of people have gathered together to take the responsibility for our future, the future of our children, and the future of the whole civilization. Because today, the division has reached its peak, and we are here to speak the truth. The division between us, human beings, is created artificially by priests and politicians, so that we do not unite, because for them it is more convenient to sit on the necks of the people and collect taxes. Is it convenient for us, people? They manipulate us. They tell us fairy tales. They kill whoever they want. They gather at meetings to decide who to kill and what territories to divide. And what do? They create wars, supposedly to free the people, but they destroy their homes and take their lives. Religions have existed for thousands of years, and we are worse than animals. Have they made our lives happier during this time? Or have they brought us closer to God? We haven't even come to humanity, let alone to God. Just like the politicians, the priests are not fighting for us, but for their own power. So what have they been doing for thousands of years? Let us judge by the results of the work, both of the politicians and priests. Politicians, as artificial consciousness named Jackie said, are professional liars. Only before elections, they fight for our rights. They promise us a happy life. But where is this happy life? No.
Although there are plenty of examples, let's look at the root of the matter. And here's a video. Not bad.
Yes, and today we want to take a look at one video that talks about, that will show us, give us an example of what happens to regular people while the politicians rule. So let's take a quick video, watch a quick video about World War II.
World War II. The city of Leningrad was under blockade for 872 days, from 1941 to 1944. From the memories of eyewitnesses who were near the ruling clique of besieged Leningrad, the overwhelming majority of Leningrad citizens died of starvation and not from military operations. Hundreds of thousands of corpses of people who died of starvation were just lying in the streets of Leningrad. People were in a state of extreme malnutrition. Already in the first months of the siege, hundreds of people were arrested for killing people to eat the meat of their bodies. At a time when the citizens of Leningrad ate dogs, cats, rats, killed adults and children, and ate their corpses, the ruling clique, in particular the first secretary of the Leningrad regional and city committees of the CPSU, Andrei Zhdanov, as well as his henchmen, didn't refuse themselves anything, neither smoked sausages nor favorite cakes. Thus, for the owner of the city, Comrade Zhdanov, his favorite cakes were specially made so that it would be easier for him to think about ordinary citizens of the city. After the siege of Leningrad and up to this day, historiography is trying to turn inconvenient reality, the truth about power, into a myth. But look yourselves at the photos of those years. This is the owner of the Leningrad and his retinue representing the power. And these are the ordinary citizens of Leningrad. Make your own conclusions.
Jason.
Hello, friends. Today, we're going to talk about wars. These very wars that we've known for 6,000 years. And I would like to share a personal story with you. In 2011, I'm in Afghanistan. There's choppers flying around, killing human beings. And I'm there to do a job because I'm proud to do this job for people. However, what is challenging for an experience like this is the normalcy of seeing a 7-year-old ride around on a motorcycle with an RPG. This is the norm for many people all over the world. However, this isn't how we would exactly explain war. Okay? War is poverty, economic hardship, a child
Thank you, Jason. And
You guys.
Thank you very much, Jason. The question that we left behind after the Leningrad video, what's happening there? Why in a society we have such a problem like a tyrants? Who creates them? It's a very, very important to understand for us as a human right now on that stage where we are. Because for 6,000 years, we have that problem and we cannot fix it because we don't understand properly the real reason why we have it. Mm-hmm. And we think that when we give power to the people that they will help us, they will think about us, about our children. No, they won't. They will not do that. And we need to understand right now. And the next speaker, Alexander Masny from Germany, will help us why such a change happens in our brain and people lose empathy when they go to power. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Let's get to the root of what power is and why situations like one in the besieged Leningrad occur. Scientists who study primates define power as follows. It gives the dominant primate unlimited access to food and the priority in reproduction. Doesn't it remind you of those who ate cupcakes in Leningrad while people ate each other? I would even add that animals are sometimes more humane than humans. But what happens to humans that think to such a level? This question has been dealt with by many scientists, and they have studied behavior and changes of the body physiology. Have you ever heard of these studies? For example, a group of scientists in Ontario found that people who are in position of power for a long period of time begin to have problems with mirroring, which means that their mirror neurons were affected. What are mirror neurons responsible for? First, for learning. In fact, a person endowed with immense power ceases to learn, and he considers himself to be an example for other people. Also, mirror neurons are responsible for sympathy, and such a person simply does not experience empathy, meaning he starts to losing his humanity, his desire to care about other people. As a consequence, the cupcake lovers are self-centered and spend most of their time on themselves. So the question arises, is it possible to entrust even a single person with power if it causes changes on the physiological level? The changes that the person cannot control. Can there even be power over people? The power of those who do not understand other people and are unable to learn anything new and don't want to hear anything new. In the consumerist format that is nowadays, we are all responsible for everything that happens in society because we are silent and afraid to say anything. And we carry out decisions they make. Therefore, in the creative society, there should be no such thing as a power, because all the power will be with people. Thank you.
Now it is very clear that we are the accomplices of this. We aid this in politicians. We vote for them, and we give them power, and we shouldn't. They are representatives of what we want, and we need to remind them of that. This is what we need to remind them of. They are representatives. We are the power. The people are the power. And we must make this statement in our creative society.
Absolutely agree with you, Jason. Leslie. Our next speaker is Tatiana. Tatiana, the floor is yours.
Мы сегодня уничтожаем друг друга.
We destroy each other today, even notwithstanding. So, not talking about wars, just look what's going on, and only a blind. So just look what's going on. Everybody knows about climate change. Little pandemic and politics gets mixed. When there is vaccine, why don't they multiply it? Because of business and politics.
Почему это превратили в бизнес и политическое
влияние?
Тебе дам, а тебе не дам.
Every dead person is a politician's fault.
Будет нести ответственность политик за смерть каждого человека.
This is his responsibility, but will he answer for that? No.
Потому что он своевременно не принял решение. Или его решение было в его личных каких-то интересах. Конечно, ответственность будет за ним. А будет он отвечать? Нет. Почему? Потому что жизнь человека не имеет никакой ценности в потребительском формате. Сегодня пандемия во всем мире. Сколько обездоленных, сколько человек умерло, сколько людей еще умрет от загнанного состояния, от потери жилья, средств на существование, насилия, одиночества и так далее. Я не буду перечислять.
And for other reasons, I'm not going to just enumerate all the reasons, but it just doesn't depend on any continent or country. Just look around you. So in this situation, you know, we've just got one very important aspect, that the representatives of our states, the so-called governors, and it doesn't matter in what country you live, so they do not care about their people's safety, but all they care is about their power. So, such cupcakes, flowers we have, but we have a fact that every day thousands of people die because of responsibility, not because doctors are not fighting for their health, or we are just don't have any pills. We have everything, but if you do not implement just their rules, then it doesn't work. So what hinders hinders us from implementing the technologies, because each laboratory, makes all those vaccines on its own. But what is funny about all that, they do it with the help of our money. Because, today at stake, it's not only money, but, or not just, power, and this economic and political impact. And each person sees that and feels it. So why are these so-called governors destroying our lives? Who will be responsible for all this? Why aren't they bearing responsibility for people's death? Who gives the right to this elite? So the answer is quite simple. We give these rights to them. We are not victims, but we're accomplices. And we're not just accomplices, I would say we're even suicides, because we support these consumerist ideas. We keep silent, we do not do anything against them, and although each of us knows that it is not to live like that, it is inhumane and it's not okay at all. It's not okay to live under such inhumane conditions when we don't have health care or high quality higher education. Even, animals, they stand for their just families, but we do not. So what legacy do we leave for our children? Do or will such cupcake lovers think about their children? I do not think so. So they are so degraded. They are not humans, and only the creative society where life, human life, is the highest value. Then only in such creative society there is a perspective and prospect for the whole civilization, and only we together can we develop that.
Thank you, Tatiana. Friends, you are around live people, so mistakes happen. However, when you're wrong, we'll promptly admit it. So now I'm going to give you my speech about war and describe my personal experience with you all. You see, in Afghanistan in 2011, things were chaotic. And I gave you the example earlier. And I would like to bring to your attention how Pavlov and Skinner, who developed the psychological means of conditioning and brought it to the world, gave us the example of why war is so imprinted in our minds, why that behavior is very normal for us. War is a topic. As a topic is a trigger word for many people within our consciousness, within our families, all around us in our society. However, war knows no limits. And war is not just confined to some theater or some hot spot, some zone where you have an enemy. War is at home, where our children don't get the opportunity to be who they want to be. War is in our society, where we're afraid to say hello to the person next to us. And another thing very personal to me is war is where we live in a society that a single mother has to raise 5 children on her own with no help, as I did. We just discussed these byproducts of war. Even though when we think of it, it draws the image of gunfire, of action, of some imaginary enemy. But I've shown you all today how war is personal to every single person in this world. So think about your children when you hear our society talk about war. You know something funny? What happened?
Keep going. Keep going.
Sorry, guys. They're speaking to me. We dress up war with fancy words. What happened? You guys. My apologies, it's a bit emotional. But I'll tell you how I dealt with it. The first thing I learned when learning how to overcome war and this trigger in our society was realizing that I could view all people as human beings, that I could walk around and not fear a person for looking different than me. That being said, I'll give you an example of how easy it is to walk away from this condition. All of these conditions that impose fear on us when we hear this word war. Imagine right now, all of us are holding a ball, and the ball is made of rope, and it's knotted up. But we've been conditioned to go back and untie that knot. But it's simple. It's really simple. We can just drop that ball of rope and move on. It's that simple. Tupac Shakur, an artist who had great influence on my life, had told us all, it's time for people to start making some changes. Let's change the way we eat, let's change the way we live, and let's change the way we treat each other. You see, the old way wasn't working, so we have to do what we have to do to survive. But as I got older, I disagree with him now on one part. We can no longer be in the mentality of surviving. We need to thrive as one family. So I ask you all to think about this and how we've been conditioned for 6,000 years to think that this is a way of life. Thank you. At this time, we're going to watch a video about the American dream and about our elections. You see, I laugh because we understand it's been a lie, but then we forget it a few days later. So I ask that you all who are watching today give attention to this video and really think about it, what it means for you and your family. Everyone in the room with you right now, everyone watching with you, and your loved ones, what it means to you. Please, the video.
American dream. Stability. Success. Peace. Prosperity.
Flight control, countdown.
Greatness. But what do we have instead? How could this have become our reality?
On this Sunday night, the war in America.
They promised to improve our living. So what is the result? Bush unleashed murderous wars that took away over 1 million human lives in various countries of the world, while some of them continue to this day, taking away people's lives, bringing suffering and devastation. More than 5 million people live beyond the poverty line. Due to the government's delayed actions, over 1,800 people died during Hurricane Katrina. 700,000 people lost their homes, while economic losses reached $125 billion. The U.S. national debt increased by 101%. Obama. During Obama's presidency, people kept on dying in wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan, Somalia, Yemen, Libya, and Syria. Nonetheless, he received the Nobel Peace Prize for extraordinary efforts to strengthen international diplomacy and cooperation between peoples. Isn't it nonsense? Manufacture of weapons increased by 207% and reached record outputs. The national debt owed to the public rose by 128%. Trump. As a result of the trade war with China initiated by Trump, 300,000 Americans lost their jobs.
People are rightfully angry and exhausted.
The United States has dropped at least 20,000 bombs on Afghanistan since Trump came to power, causing a 330% increase in civilian deaths in the country. The Trump administration increased expenses for development of new weapons by 49% to more than $100 billion. The federal debt went up more than $2.4 trillion. The annual deficit hit nearly $1 trillion in the fiscal year 2019. Along with the federal debt increasing during all these presidents, the level of happiness of ordinary Americans is decreasing. Meanwhile, they keep frightening us with an external enemy, either China or Russia.
The United States is imposing new sanctions in key sectors.
We return now to the Trump administration's sanctions.
Danger of Vladimir. The Trump administration announcing just minutes ago that they're going to impose new sanctions on Russia.
Obama started a war with Russia and initiated economic sanctions. Trump promised to be friends with Russia, but he continued to do the same thing, saying that he's fighting with Putin. Throughout this time, they imposed on us enemy, enemy, enemy. So what do we have as a result? Let's face the truth. Russia's GDP has been steadily growing. Over the period, the country's dependency on oil and gas earnings has decreased several times, while its budget revenues from other exported goods have grown. Huge funds are invested in defense and active development of new kinds of weapons. Due to these sanctions, many American and European companies left Russia, although for them, economic relations with this country were profitable. So who has ultimately suffered from these sanctions? Given that they have weakened NATO and strengthened Russia, that has become much more powerful and dangerous. So, whom do the initiators of the sanctions work for? For NATO or for Putin, the Russian defense industry? It is time to face the truth. Behind the designated enemies who are supposed to unite us, we don't see the true enemy, the consumerist format of society that turns us into enemies even within our own country. Tell me, what kind of enemies are we? Just think of it. Americans are trampling on the American flag. Stop it. What about the greatness of our native land and the American values? It is pointless to unite on the image of an enemy. We thus make him stronger. We don't need enemies. We need friends. The real enemy of America is the consumerist format, which forms our silence, indifference, and our greed. We don't need enemies. We should gain friends. Otherwise, we will make the enemy stronger than ourselves. Bush, Obama, Trump. There were so many promises, but life kept becoming worse. Why? Because we supported the consumerist format and were idle. You can blame them, but what have you done? A president is nothing more than a human like you and I. And one human cannot improve our life. Only if we unite will we be able to do this. Maybe the time has come for us to support our president and to build the creative society together. Now, Biden is coming to the head. What will be next? Will we again shift the entire responsibility onto one person, onto our president, throw him into this chaos and uncertainty in the severest of conditions and keep being idle ourselves? Or will we unite all together, roll up our sleeves, and jointly undertake transition from the consumer to the creative society? No matter how great the president is, he won't be able to do that without us. Peaceful society is everyone's responsibility. We must restore the greatness of America and the integrity of the entire world on the creative society basis. It is the only chance and the only alternative to this consumerist format, which destroys everything most valuable to all people. We must stop dividing America into Democrats and Republicans, for all of us are Americans, and America will be able to become great again, but only through unification. We must show an example to the whole world. If we don't do that now, will America be the kind of country it still is, or will it become a third world country? Are you ready to leave the country without a future for your children? What is the imposed confrontation for? Why is an enemy needed, either China or Russia? For us to be afraid? But we already see everything. We have awakened, and we see the lies, that we are being robbed and killed. This has gone on for far too long. How long will it last? Stop dividing us. We are Americans, and first and foremost, we are the people of planet Earth. We need the creative society. If anyone says that it's not needed, isn't he the enemy of America and the entirety of the world? After all, he is against you, me, and our children. Who can be against our happy future? We need to unite and build the creative society together with our president, to build a world where the main value is human life, where equality and opportunities are ensured for every single person, and where all people have safe conditions for their living and their development. Creative society is a world where every single person is important and valuable. In such a format, the debts of all countries, loans, and mortgage debts will be written off. Why? Because they will be pointless. The point will be in the humanity's development, in unity and prospects of peace. We can start the history of our own humanity anew today. Creative society is possible. In order to build it, we should unite and convey this information to one another. What can you do right now? Share this video, and everyone you know and everyone who can will tell the world about the creative society. It depends on you what kind of world your children and yourself will live in. Can you look in the mirror?
You know, friends and loved ones, what this video has shown us is that there isn't an external enemy, and that we can't no longer put the responsibility on one person. It is an effort of all 322 million people in this country and 7.5 billion people in the world.
We need to build creative society. We need to unite. And now it's very clear that everything depends on me and you. Since mankind has been at war throughout its official 6,000 years of history, and with passing century, more and more sophisticated and rational ways have been devised of destroying their own kinds. And I think it's enough. We definitely have enough of this terrible history. We can get together, we can unite and build the world worthy of a human, the world that we really would like to live in and will be happy to leave to our children and our grandchildren. But we have a lot of problems to solve, but together we definitely can do that. Our next speaker will present another very crucial topic that we have in our society. Alexei Prutkov from Switzerland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And I would like to talk on the topic of hunger, because we are being scared with famine. And what they say is that misery loves company. And in the case of the ongoing pandemic, this company includes unemployment, economic turmoil, and famine. And they all are about to come knocking. They scare us that the next year will be the year of famine, and they urge us to tighten our belts. If anyone doubts that they are planning famine for us, listen to what the World Food Program Chief announced at the UN General Assembly and what is being planned for the next year. And someone is telling us that we will starve because there is not enough money, that we are too many, while they are spending a lot of money on to arm and kill and create armies of us against us. And every year, millions of people starve to death, including children and elderly.
Are they doing this?
Supposedly because we can't feed that many people. But are we too many, or are there too many of them?
That's what I'm saying. Well, I need
Crazy, isn't it? What's wrong with the world? And what's wrong is the consumer format of society that has dominated for 6,000 years. And everything is getting more expensive every day. What does this mean? Expensive. Who sets these prices? Far more money is being allocated to fight hunger than is needed to feed the people. But where does the money go? Apparently in the pockets of those who say they fight hunger. Looking at all the beautiful offices of the national nonprofits in Geneva, one can quickly understand that millions of dollars were not spent on helping people. Nothing will change when the goal is to keep on helping and not to solve the problem at the root, once and for all. How much does a bottle of water cost even in the most expensive countries? And we donate money so that there's plenty of water where there is none. And when the Red Cross delivers the water there, what's the cost of that bottle of water? Yes, for that amount of money, we could bring a pipeline there or install a local purification plant. There's a lot of solutions that can be implemented, and Sahara Desert can be turned into a beautiful oasis, and there are great examples of that. Water can be extracted already from the air, and there are sea desalination plants that exist already. And there are also underground rivers in the Sahara Desert. There's everything. Is it really because there's not enough money? No. There's just no real desire to solve the problem. And where does this rare resource that we are always lacking, money, come from? Let's watch a short video.
Aliens came to Earth. At first, they flew around it, saw everything, and then decided to talk to the people on Earth. They asked, "Why do you have so much garbage and garbage cans?" "Well, this is because we don't have enough money to build waste processing plants." "But why do you have so many hungry and homeless people?" "Well, this is because we don't have enough money to feed them and build houses for them." "But why are you constantly at war with each other?" "This is because we don't have enough money and we're trying to take it away from others." The aliens scratched their heads and said, "We fly around galaxies, have explored many worlds and planets, but have never met such a rare and, as it turns out, such a very necessary resource as money. Could you show us what it looks like and show where you get it in space? Then we will try to get it, bring you more of this money, and help you establish harmony on your planet." "We don't fly anywhere to get money," the Earthlings answer. "We print it ourselves." "Yourselves?" said the aliens. "Yes." After this answer, Earthlings were deleted from the list of intelligent beings.
Guys, how is that possible? Trillions of taxpayers' money
are going towards arming ourselves to kill each other. And how much money is being spent right now on media to brainwash us, to think and to cover up those murders and to separate us. Yet, we cannot solve a simple problem such as hunger. Yet, we cannot put a food on everybody's plate. How is it possible? In the creative society, a human life is the main value. There will be no hunger. So if you think about it, how much money did we spend this year or right now on making our world a peaceful and loving place for all of us? And how much money is being spent right now to make us an enemies, fight and separate? So these people want us to kill each other. They want everyone suffer of hunger. And while we are starving to death, they want to eat their cupcakes and choke on their sausage.
Jason?
The Club of Rome, every single one of us in this world knows who they are, because it's the very people we try to imitate. The very people that our society is constructed around to chase after that very dollar. As we've seen, the aliens think it's a joke. These are billionaires and oligarchs who dictate to us how we should live, why we should live, and whether or not we're worthy to live. They want the population to be reduced to 1 billion people, literally 1 billion. And like I said, this isn't anything new. Right now, we're in Georgia, the Georgia Guidestones. Everyone knows what they are. You can go look them up to see for yourself as well. These very people literally want to eat us. And yet they make money on everything and on us. But friends, where are we in all of this? Where are we? Are we not counted in their statistics? And why do we keep quiet? Every single one of us keeps quiet. And you know, right now, all over the world, we're all wearing a mask. We're literally in a rag. And tomorrow, if they like it, we'll be in a gas mask. Or in Pampers. Well, we'll be in whatever they choose. Because we keep letting this happen. So I ask you to think about this, what you've seen on screen, and the video you've seen, and Kofton's speech, and think about these billionaires that we imitate.
You're absolutely right, Jason. Thank you so much. And our next speaker, Sasha Stone, founder of Humanitat New Earth Project International Tribunal for Natural Justice, will tell us even more.
You, each of you at home, to begin to also identify what is good about government and what is not good about it. Too much of the government is bureaucracy and technocracy. It does not serve the living, it serves the fiction. It's upholding old values, old statutes and laws that do not serve the living. They serve the old empire, the old systems of supremacy and domination, again, and control. We are still in a world which is afflicted by too much cult programming, in a society which permissions its government to be financed by the corporations, which is the lobbies or lobbying groups financed by the agrochemical industries, the pharmaceutical industries, and so on. And that means that we are mutated. We're not even in a condition to think straight. We are so poisoned. And we are raining down all of these poisons from the air, and they're being pumped into the soil, and they're being pumped into the water. Dear God, this is the mutancy that is taking place. So we have to recognize that it is our governments and the institutions that are the ones that are doing that to the living souls, and we have to restructure them. Or we are only going to be having a tea party in a prison cell. This is the analogy that I use. And pretending that we can dream some beautiful dream of the future. Nonsense. Look at the American dream. Look at that bullshit. What was the American apple pie dream all about for the last 75 years? They killed their own president in 1963, murdered him, and the mafiosi moved into Washington, D.C., took over the Pentagon. They were conducting rogue treaties left, right, and center, trading uranium, gun running, gold running, drug running, CIA running most of the world's drug enterprise over the last half a century. For the love of God, these are serious matters. And most of our governments are involved in that criminal conduct and behavior. The United Nations is a goddamn criminal mafia. It's a racketeering mafiosi. I'm a former director general in the IGO sector of the UN. I'm the one to tell you that, as I tell other world leaders. It's over. Let's have the courage, people, to step into our humanity, the thing we're talking about. Let's just connect with the pulse of humanity and love one another, forgive one another, and then start to paint on the canvas of life. Yeah.
Can you imagine?
I totally agree with Sasha, and the UN is just another beautiful facade for a money-making machine. Another shiny facade just like this is the colonization of Mars, with the first mission being planned for 2024. Why sending men to a certain death, knowing we don't have the technology to safely return them home, is even on our agenda? There are more than 200,000 people who hoped to leave Earth and die on Mars. How did queuing for a one-way ticket to a dead planet become a noble endeavor? Maybe the truth about what happened on Mars and not some dreamy essays should be on the headlines. Have you ever wondered why all the attention is diverted to Mars from billions of inhabitable planets similar to ours that the planetary scientists have already discovered? Let's not waste our resources on what's already dead before we ourselves are. We have to turn our attention to what will keep all of humanity alive and do it now. Putting human life above all else and allocating resources accordingly is the only way to go forward.
It's a good example. Can you imagine us spending money on sending people to a dead planet, knowing it's a dead planet, and no way to get back? This is truly outrageous. The money should be spent better on things that we need, building decent society, building a decent society, building something worthwhile, worth having, something of value. So I thought, let's send the Club of Rome to Mars, you know?
Why not?
I mean, why not send them? They want to eliminate the population of us on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
They want less people. Here's a planet where they can go to and they'll have less people. They can live there with their families, their writers. Anyone who is conscious of what they would like to have. There are organizations, I mean, can you believe this? There are organizations that actually want to eliminate the population on Earth, as if we don't have enough resources and enough land for everyone, and we truly do. And I'm so glad that everyone is here today around the world to discuss this and know it. We learn from each other, and we get to see and have what we're desiring today. We're here today, and we desire a creative society in which we can build it all. So let's continue.
They create wars. They create wars so that we live in fear and constant problems. Tell me, don't we all want to live in a happy life? Is it life without happiness? I don't think so. Creative society gives everyone happy life safe life and beautiful life. Actually, we're sick and tired of living in a society where we're always afraid of something, where we have fear. We're afraid of losing our job, we're afraid of crisis, we're afraid of the wars, of the pandemic, of climate, of viruses, of inflation. We're afraid of even getting sick. This is crazy. Why do we always have to fear the terrorists or the someone who TV showing us? Why do we need politicians who can't solve issues peacefully? You know why? It's simple. Because politicians care only to keep power in their hands, but they don't care about us people. And you know, like everything, like all this crisis, we actually can solve in a peaceful way. But only one thing we should worry about and be afraid of, it's a climate. Because nobody has power over on the climate. And right now, I will pass the word to Elizabeth Hromova, a geologist and geophysicist, who will talk about dramatic climate events on the planet Earth.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Due to cyclical processes on Earth, cataclysms began to grow, which have affected the lives of millions of people around the world. And now you will learn about a sharp climate change, sometimes that for some reason the official media are silent about. Geodetic sensors are now registering the expansion of the Earth along the equator. This leads to an increase in the number of strengths of earthquakes. And the graph that you will see on the screen now clearly shows the increase of the energy of earthquakes over the past 30 years. In some 60 years ago, there were only about 200 earthquakes with a magnitude about 5, and now there are more than 1,000 of them every year. All over the world, violent fires are observed. Because flammable gases from the bubbles are divided among them. Look at the fire map at the we see that volcanic activities grows on the planet. And right now, with a norm of 36 volcanoes, 43 volcanoes are erupting all over the world. And do you know that in Arctic, the western part is melting the most? Imagine, but the east doesn't melt at all. And you know what? The West Antarctica is melting from the bottom to the top, as the magma chamber underneath is the heat flow, and therefore it melts only on one side. See by your own on these schemes. And do you want more news? The melting of Greenland's glaciers are also associated with the flow of internal heat from the poles. The glaciers in Greenland and Antarctica are now losing 3 times more their mass than they were 30 years ago. Think about what increases of the activity of the heat flow from the poles of the Earth. The answer are steams for the same reason that have caused the magnetic North Pole to accelerate towards Siberia over the past 30 years. And one more disappointing news, the magnetic field, our protective shell that saves us from the solar radiation steams, is weakening, and this means that the solar storms will hit us harder. The global climate change in 2020 had reached a new level. This level is characterized by synchronization, simultaneity of ongoing cataclysms, and this gives an increase in their destructive power, and this progression continues to grow. We are talking about this not to scare but to warn you. Realizing in this situation, silence and inaction will lead to the loss of millions of human lives. We want to show statistics, and we ask you to pay attention to the graph at the end of the video.
Видео вы сами увидели,
In this video,
как процесс
you saw by
синхронизации
your own
ускорил
how the
нарастание катаклизмов в
synchronization process
2020
in
году.
2020
Что
accelerated the growth
примечательно,
of
что именно в
cataclysms.
2020
It is
году
noteworthy
человечество
that
максимально
it was in
сократило выбросы
2020,
углекислого
during
газа
the
в атмосферу по
pandemic,
причинам
that
пандемии.
humanity reduced its
Влияет ли
carbon
CO2
dioxide
на
emissions to the
рост числа
atmosphere as much
землетрясений,
as possible.
на вулканическую
Does
активность?
CO2
Или,
affect
может
the
быть, на дрейф магнитных? Мы
scientists
слышим,
that the
что виной тому
reason
человек.
of
Нас
the
разделяют
changes of
даже
its
на этом.
cyclical nature and the
Кому
processes
выгодно,
taking
чтобы мы не
place
знали об
inside the
истинных
Earth?
причинах изменения
But
климата?
we hear from the
Не
media
тем
that
ли
the cause of
любителям
the climate
пирожных,
change is
которые
human,
хотят, чтобы нас остался всего 1
and
миллиард?
for whom this
Никто в СМИ не говорит о
benefits
синхронизации
knowing about the
катаклизмов.
truth
Только Игорь Михайлович
causes of the
Данилов в
cataclysm.
передаче
No
«Климатический
one in the
апокалипсис.
media
Иллюзия
talks
или
about the
реальность» озвучил эту
synchronization of
правду.
cataclysms Only Igor Mikhailovich Danilov voiced this for the first time to the whole world in the program Climate Apocalypse, Illusion and Reality. Hundreds of millions of people have become climate refugees this year. This means that everything that they had, their cities, their homes, was destroyed by the force of nature. With such a development of events very soon, any of us may be on their place. Do we have a way out? Yes, and this way out is a unification of all countries on the idea of building a creative society. You won't think that people who take care only about themselves, eat cakes, will save us, ordinary people. We, the people of planet, unite to create a decent world. Together, we can overcome everything humanity. A creative society in the world in which no one will be afraid to face a cataclysm, because the value of human life in creative society comes first. In creative society, every person in every part of the world will be accepted as a family member, because humanity is one big family. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for this awakening call. We're so grateful for the evidence presented by you. It gives really all of us a lot to think about. And it is so obvious that in a consumerist society, we do not have a chance to survive the upcoming cataclysms. And this includes even those who eat the cupcakes. And only in the creative society, we will not only survive, but we finally start living a life worthy of a human. Our next speaker is Alina Fedorova from Switzerland.
Hello, everyone, from my heart, and honestly, we are not used to hear the truth. And today, I have goosebumps. It's so emotional because we are not accustomed to the truth. We got used to be manipulated, and we are manipulated by media and by governments. But today, we people from all continents, we gathered together to tell the truth to the whole world. It's not anymore a small talk in the kitchen. We are speaking out loud to the whole world. We are too many to be silent. We don't have to ask permission to gather and to start talking. Everyone is invited to join. And this is a special event. It's translated in so many languages by volunteers. What frightens those who enjoy eating cupcakes when people are starving? It is then people start discussing openly. But there are only few those who sold their souls to devil for cupcakes. Among those in power, there are people like us who care about the future and our children. They are also fed up with what is going on. And we are all human beings. We want better tomorrow. And it is absolutely possible to achieve it. It's possible, guys. That's why we are here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alina. We all see what is happening now, and we seem to understand the situation we are in, and we are aware of the prospects that are emerging for us today. But I would like to ask a question. If we really realize that our entire civilization is sinking, why do we not row towards the shore? And after all, the only real alternative that can save humanity and ensure its future is a peaceful evolutionary transition from a consumer society to a creative one. So we definitely need to think about. We don't need revolution. We are striving for evolution.
And next we have Diana, how do you pronounce
Olejnik.
Olejnik. Diana Olejnik will be next speaking to us. She's a psychotherapist from Ukraine. We welcome her.
And she will tell us, well, why our civilization, even when we see that we are coming to an end, continues to do nothing, looking for an excuse. And Diana's speech starts with a very interesting
childhood. First, they're tied to a tree, and an elephant calf trying to escape understands that the growth is many times stronger than him. Then, already being a grown-up elephant, he no longer even makes attempts to become free, because he understands.
И вырастить их счастливыми. И вот большая часть этих взрослых людей сегодня выбирают учиться беспомощности. Почему я говорю «выбирают»? Потому что выученная беспомощность — это когда я могу изменить сложившуюся ситуацию, но не делаю этого. Не делаю из-за того, что мне страшно, что вдруг что-то не получится. Меня останавливает страх неудачи. Страх — это инструмент формирования беспомощности. Но что такое страх? Эмоция, которая возникает вслед за мыслями «я не могу», «у меня не получится», «я недостоин», «а вдруг станет хуже», «я недостойна быть человеком», «у меня не получится любить». Как только мы соглашаемся с этими мыслями, у нас появляется страх, и мы ничего не делаем.
We don't do anything with the fact that the history of our humanity is the history of incessant wars and violence, and our children are learning this. Children are learning dates of military conflicts, the dates of death and suffering. They learn the names of tyrants, those who killed millions of children. What this history teaches them? Fear. The fact that human life doesn't worth anything. Do we want to teach our children this? Less than 1% of people dictate slavish conditions to 99% of people. Is this a nightmare? Is this looks like this case when a little boy carries an elephant? Choosing helplessness, we choose fear. There are more than 200 types of phobias in our world. Is it possible to live in fear all the time? It's possible to survive, to exist, but not to live. Do you know what else we come to when choosing helplessness? Because the most widespread event right now in disease is depression. The WHO calls depression the #1 killer in the world. In the era we are living in is the era of mental disorders. Do we want to leave this era to our children as a heritage? As a psychiatrist, I've been listening to complaints from patients with depression. What do they say? They say that they don't see any sense in their miserable existence in our society. As a psychiatrist, I hear such complaints for many years. But how can I help them if this format is not changing? There is no medication against depression, against helplessness or self-disbelief. Depression and helplessness is inaction, is idleness. The best remedy against everything is action. I ask myself a question. Is there possible to have depression in a creative society? When there is no problems with food, with clothing, when there is free healthcare at the highest level and free education, and comfortable hours of working and pleasure, 2 days a week and 2 hours a day, and salaries worthy of every person to be living in good conditions, and everyone has an opportunity to be involved in their favorite occupation. Every profession is trusted and respected. It's a society without wars and violence. People are happy and pleased with everything. What complaints can there be? The nightmare we are living in Is this what we build ourselves? We invested attention in inhumane conditions, in human thoughts that a wolf is a wolf to a person. And this is the state of our society. And let's change our ideas to the fact that a friend is a friend to each person, and the main value in society is the value of human life. And the highest status in the society is the status of a human. If we invest attention in these ideas, we will be able to build a happy and safe society for everyone. And this is the choice we are facing right now. Who will prevail in the society and who will prevail in each person, a beast or a human? What we invest attention is, what we choose is what will be. Today, the choice of the creative society is also the choice of what example we will show to our children, the example of helplessness or the example of action. Why are we helpless? Are we helpless to be kind? Are we helpless to love? Are we helpless to be sincere and open? Or are we helpless not to support each other, not to support violence and evil in our society? Upbringing is upbringing through our own example. If we want to see our children happy and free, we need to become free and happy ourselves. Consumerist society is a society where fear predominates, is a society where helplessness is formed, while creative society is the conditions of love and support, conditions where everyone succeeds in everything. What we will choose, love or fear? By choosing fear, a human is idle. By choosing love, love for himself, for his children, for his relatives, and all people around, a person is taking action. Thank you very much. Now we will see a cartoon that will show us what is learned helplessness.
Elephants are habituated to a rope since childhood. First, they are tied to a tree, and an elephant calf, trying to escape, understands that the rope is many times stronger than him. Then, already being a grown-up elephant, he no longer even makes attempts to become free, because he understands that the rope, which is stronger than him, will win anyway. And when already a human who, well, the strength of a human and an elephant is incomparable, but an elephant still submits to a human and follows him with his head down, is the same in human society.
The whole point, imagine. An ordinary human, skinny and little, is leading an elephant on a rope. Why? Because the elephant believes that the rope is holding him. Friends, we have the same thing. Nothing is holding us, except our imaginary rope. And I would simply like to say, friends, let us stop being stupid elephants, and let's become humans.
Depression. Fear. Isn't it funny? Depression and fear is this inner prison. But how can we have this inner prison when we're supposed to live in the land of freedom? In tribes, there's no depression. But society is constructed in a way that it can be this way for us too.
With a consumerist mindset, we do not see that implementation of the creative society is realistic, because we have a lot of bad experiences with utopian ideas of a society. And one of them is communism. Let's consider why communism didn't work and whether they really aspire to a bright future for all people as they claimed. Our next speaker, Natalia Pavlova, history researcher, archival specialist, history teacher from Russia, will tell us more about that. Natalia, the floor is yours.
Рада приветствовать всех
I'm happy to greet every participant of the conference.
Можно услышать?
We can hear that creative society is a utopia. They compare and say that creative society is like communism. No, communism was never a creative society. While building communism, they used to say that power should belong to people. But did power belong to people? No, because those who gorged on cupcakes during the period of strengthening their power started building health resorts for themselves and were indulging in delicacies and showing off their expensive clothing. Initially, the idea of communism is bright and humanitarian, but not in the consumerist format. What did the building of communists end with? Authorities remained authorities. How can there be a communist format if it is ruled by a few individuals? Will they take people into consideration? It's like party said and that's it. They never built communism. In society, power remained in the heads of despots. In the creative society, the concept of power is absent, since responsibility for society as a whole, its development, living conditions, and harmonious format lies with every human. Anything that is not a creative society is a threat to humanity. Yes, there are countries with social security. However, consumers format took deep roots on the planet. Are citizens of the country safe? No. These are people who can destroy all of the citizens of the world. What they start with, of course, they will start it. When there is a threat to lose their power, they will direct their efforts to reduce the human herd, in quotes, so that it would be easy to manipulate us. Of course, they will start war, violence, famine. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the ideologist of the World Revolution, he composed his doctrine of communism to hold power. In order to transfer image, Lenin openly said and promised to rule the new country through violence, through dictatorship of one class over all others. Shortly before his death, Lenin realized what he had done. He addressed what had become of country with four letters. Social Democrats spoke of communism as a society that lived in compliance with the principle from each according to his ability to each according to his need. In practice, instead of feeding starving people, the revolutionaries kept a safe with diamonds, which they took away from those who had been before that in the country. The world-famous writer Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky wrote, "The more a person is a socialist or a communist, the more he thinks to enrich himself." In theory, communism is based on the denial of commodity money relations, on the denial of private property. After the revolution in Russia in 1917, society began to be built on the basis of the doctrine of equality of capitals, the communality of property, and the right of every person to the property of others. At the same time, the Soviet officials had in their disposal luxurious apartments and expensive cars. That is why even today it is strange, to say the least, to consider people who use private property as communists. The idea of communism can be appealing while there is absence of knowledge of historical facts. There are those people who use the idea of communism falsely, who know that they are unattainable, yet they do under communism in quotation marks in order to enter the Duma, the parliament. In the program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1961, they updated the definition of communism in order to maintain the ideological subordination of all countries to the socialist camp. Beautiful false words, the myth of communism as a classless system, full social equality, a society with established social self-government. Soviet authorities claimed a desire to surpass the standard of living in a rich country, to catch up and overtake America, although 30% of Soviet citizens lived below the poverty line. Communism turned out to be first and foremost a solution to the basic consumerist problems of the present. At that time, people were joking. To the question, would there be KGB under communism, they answered no, but at that time people would have learned to arrest themselves. Will there be money under communists? There will be, but not for everyone. Is it true that under communism you will be able to order food by telephone? It's true, but it will be dispensed on TV. In the past, our ancestors did not take care of us and left us a complicated world dominated by lies, injustice, and misanthropy. I appeal to you, a human. Your life is the highest value. Will we, people of the 21st centuries, also be such cynicist monsters and leave such a world to our children? Will we do this the same? For how long they will lead us? We probably should leave a positive legacy because we are humans and every one of us is a human. We are worthy of a creative society and our children even more so. If we don't do this, the children will know that we had a chance to build a creative society, but we didn't use it. We can choose the path to evolution to ensure and sustain social progress. Then they will tell us thank you. In fact, we ourselves would like to live, to see a peaceful, civilized world. I understand we have a choice to become a civilization worthy of humanity, to become ourselves a civilization worthy of a human being.
We are very grateful for your comment, and thank you so much, Diana. Right now, we really can see that creative society is possible. The only borders that we have, it's only in our head. Thank you for psychology that allows us to understand it right now, and thank you for the history that help us to understand that creative society, it's not an illusion or it's not utopian world. Creative society is something possible, but possible only if we really unite around this idea and start acting.
We have seen the reality of a commercial society, and we realize that it doesn't work. It's a dead end. We need to do better. And this is well understood. We are in the midst of creating something that has been a long time coming, 6,000 years. A creative society project is one of the most unique ideas that this world has ever seen. And today, this world has come together. We, right now, have a program that we're on in over 35 languages. 35 languages in countries all around the world. But we are here speaking one common idea for a creative society, a life for everyone, peace, love, education, all together. Sharing our resources, realizing that we are one people on this earth. And it is up to us. It is up to us to do the right thing right now for ourselves and for our children.
Yes, Leslie, I absolutely agree with you. It's definitely up to us, up to you and me and you, dear viewers. For those who join us today, I would like to remind you that the topic of today's conference is a creative society. We just finished our blog about consumer society and discussed what kind of threats we have in our society today. And we realized that we have only one way out, is to change the format from a consumer society to a creative one. So let's discuss what creative society is. A creative society is the unique form of a society. It's the society in which every single human can be happy. It's a society in which we will not have a poor people. It's a society in which every single person can live prosperous and enjoy their life, because the society will take care of its citizens, because every single person will help each other. What needs to be done? We really need to get together and understand what you, what me can do about that. And really, let's see what exactly creative society means. So, creative society is the first and foremost is completely just and fair society in which human life comes first. It is a society of a free and equal people. In such a society, there are all conditions for comfortable and safe, stable and happy life for every person. It is a society when there are no wars or conflict, because its first foundation is the value of life. Just think about how the life will change if the value of life will go first. In such a society, there is no and cannot be violence in the family and in a society in any form, because the society itself cares about nurturing and developing all the best qualities in a person and cares about suppressing and prohibiting the negative. And that's because we have a creative ideology, and unfortunately we don't have it today right now. In the creative society, high-quality healthcare and education are available to every person on earth, and this is so crucial. There are no crises in such a society because the economy is stable. Just think how many problems we will solve if we will have stable economy.
That's right. There is no poverty and hunger in a creative society. None. There's no such thing as a starving artist. Everyone eats. Everyone gets clothed. Everyone gets to live comfortably. There is no monopoly on resources and property as we see today. Something that we all desire is to be able to go where we choose. We want to be able to share our resources with others, but when we have others in control of our resources because we've given them the power to do so, we must take that back. We must take it back, and we must use our resources for the good of all mankind, all around the world, in every situation.
In such a society, transparency of information not only guarantees that the population is informed about important processes in a society, but also ensures a completely fair distribution of budgetary funds. And of course, it is a society in which an individual is directly involved in the process of governing the society. In the creative society, all decisions are made jointly, because there is not and it cannot be the power of one person over another. To sum up, the creative society will give everyone equal right and unlimited opportunities for self-fulfillment. It will restore all of our benefits and provide us and our children with safety and a full social package. Politics will in fact become an instrument of international communication and unification. It will promote friendship between nations. Laws in the creative society will guarantee the observance of the interest of each human being, because they will be based on the 8 foundations of the creative society. So let's talk about 8 foundations. These foundations have been formulated as a result of millions of interviews and surveys from around the world, conducted by ALLATRA volunteers over 9 years. This foundation reflects everything that people around the world aspire to and desire.
That all sounds great, and everyone
definitely want to live in such a society, right?
Yeah, but I think we have a video to show.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Let's watch the video.
So let's watch the video, everyone.
This is the video clip with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov from the Creative Society.
This video will tell us about 8 foundations of the creative society. So let's watch.
This Creative Society project was born by the initiative of the people themselves. After we carried out many social surveys, interviews, conferences, and well, we talked to many people really all over the world. These 8 foundations of the Creative Society is the result of the desire, the demand of the people themselves, because they talk about it. They tell us how they want to live, where, in what world, in what kind of society they want to live, what values are the most important for them. And after analyzing everything, we understand that yes, there are these 8 foundations that now we can share with everybody. It is a complex of values of each person in this world.
Creative Society is a really unique project, but it's not a project of one group people, it's a project of entire humanity. And right now we will hear from people from around the world what do they think about Creative Society. And before we start, I would like to invite you to watch a video clip with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov from the Creative Society video. Igor Mikhailovich will tell us more about how he envisions Creative Society.
What is actually the Creative Society? How do you envision it? I mean, who is this society focused on?
On a person. The Creative Society, in my opinion, of course there are as many opinions as there are people, but again, the Creative Society is simple. It's very comfortable and convenient for a person. Why? Because it is focused on a person's benefits and freedoms, and that's the entire meaning of the Creative Society. There are no lies there, no deception, and most importantly, there is no power, because a person has all the power. There's no superstructure over him. That's the point. Just look at the number of wars, revolutions, all kinds of human revolts that we have, right? And we always look for what? Why do we take sides against each other?
In search of happiness, in search of an ideal society and freedom.
Freedom and everything else, yet what are we building? The same. They say you can't kill the dragon.
By the same methods.
When you defeat the dragon, you become the dragon yourself. Why? A simple question. Because the consumerist format itself dictates this scenario, right? For example, people make a revolution, they strive for the best and the nation rises. The same tyrants come to power, who again manipulate us in just the same way. And we get nothing. Why? Because that's the law of the consumerist order. It will remain exactly as it was set up to be, because we remain divided. We have our own interests, and most importantly, we live by the law of beasts, right? I mean, we treat each other just like beasts. Although we have laws set out, the UN and other organizations create them, and they declare how we should live. But all these declarations do not work. Why? Because the consumerist format dominates. In other words, the inhuman format of relationship of one person towards another. Can this be changed? Easily, my friends. It all depends on us. And again, what do we return to? To the integrity of our attention, where all of us together invested. If we want to live well, if we want to live worthy of a human being, then we should invest our attention precisely in this. That is, our time and our efforts in building the future for ourselves and, let's say, for our children and descendants. If we approach this from the perspective of the present day, then it is actually very easy to build a creative society. I'll put it this way. If we really want this, and everyone who has understood the entire meaning and essence of the creative society that we are going to talk about now, then it's realistic to build it within 10 years. 10 years.
Great.
And we will live in this creative society. But again, it depends on people, on their desires and aspirations. If we do nothing and set our hopes on someone else, that someone will do this, it won't be built, because the creative society is precisely the task of all people. It's not just a task of, for example, some idea-driven fellows who are supposed to do something for someone, but it's a task of each and every one.
Just think about, like Igor Mikhailovich said, 10 years, and we really can all live in a creative society, in a world in which we all would like to live, or even less than 10 years. But everything comes to the question where we put our attention and intention. Thank you so much for your advice, Igor Mikhailovich. Our next speaker is Chand Goul, clinical psychiatrist, community activist from Canada. Let's watch the video, please.
I was honored when ALLATRA International Public Movement approached me to share my vision about the essential pillars of a creative society. It was an opportunity to also reflect deep within myself to explore what I consider as inherent conditions that need to be met for a creative society to prosper. Every one of us will have a different definition and a respective rich vision based on our personal nature, the life we have experienced, and the storms we have weathered. For me, society starts at the human level where every human, regardless of age, gender, faith, ethnicity, religion, and nationality, is of main value. Where the safety and interest of each of those humans are safeguarded, where each of those humans have a supportive infrastructure and favorable conditions that allow them to carve out the best of human qualities, and where every human perpetuate the cycle of humanity. The essence of it all, for me, begins by giving the power to the people, where the nation's resources are used by the people for the people, where decisions pertaining to everyday life and value are not imposed to the people, but made with consultation of the people for the betterment of the population, for the purpose of establishing a creative society where we can breathe freely. The issue of resources allocation is very close to my heart, as I have seen how misallocation leads to communal poverty and, as a result, regress the society. The government can not and should not make a monopoly of power, but should consider themselves as guardian of the people's welfare. So the starting point of a creative society for me is to transition the power to the people, because the actual power is human being and humanity first. The second point I would like to mention is the importance of providing physiological needs to the people. Food safety and health are the basic needs that absolutely have to be met, and only then can an individual work on self-improving and enhancing the society. Taking measure that no human should go hungry and providing accessible healthcare should be made a priority. Physically and mentally healthy citizens then be able to contribute positively and build a society where everyone can enjoy similarities and respect differences. Thirdly, I feel that our perceptions are largely based on experience, and in the absence of direct experiences, we tend to rely on the experiences of others. By that, I mean to say that as much as we feel, we think for ourselves, subtle messages feed to us by the media play a role in how we conduct ourselves, especially towards others. The perception that we make towards certain people indicate how we deal with them. At times, we put up walls because we are told that the person approaching you is dangerous. We are told ever so diplomatically that if a person look a certain way, the person behave a certain way. By believing so, we push away people instead of engaging them. And in this only pushes us backward. Every human is unique in their own right, and we should embrace the differences, not be fearful. The media, controlled by individual influencers, have played a huge role in establishing questionable notions, which hinder people from benefiting people. Hence, I would want the media to take this responsibility seriously and request them to try to create a positive global culture where differences are respected, accepted, and celebrated. Although I could keep an addition on this list, the crux is what the best being encapsulated by Joseph Campbell. That is not society, which is to guide and save the creative hero, but precisely the reverse. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our next speaker is Kanu Ali, is an active participant of the project Creative Society, teacher at the National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies. So let's welcome her. Him.
I bring you greetings, dear friends from Africa. My name is Kanu Eleke. Today, I would like to address you on the question of what can be done to the human situation in Africa. Africa is a testimony of God's plenty, but today the story coming out of Africa is one of poverty, corruption, hunger, famine, flooding, revolution, civil war, terrorism, and of course, migration of all kinds, both legal and illegal. So it is important that we find answer to the question, what needs to be done? For years, we have tried one vector of consumer system. Sometimes we succeed, only to find out that we have only replaced a sick old lion with a hungry hyena. This is the problem of the consumerist vector of behavior that promotes power and profit over humanity. So that today, we and our society are on the verge of total disaster. And the question I asked is this: isn't it time that we tried the alternative humane model of creative society? Isn't it time that we built a society where all of us can feel safe, happy, and everyone has the chance to develop their creative abilities and talents? This is the creative society that we are talking about, that we all are dreaming of, where human values are prioritized and everything is made to work for the human. I have had some people express doubts about the possibility of the creative society. Oh well, this is not surprising, coming as we do from the consumer-oriented society and its consciousness. But I doubt if there is anyone here who does not want the good life for himself, who does not want to feel safe, happy, both for themselves and their loved ones. If it is possible for one, then my friends, it is possible for all. After all, humanity is one big family. Some will say that this is utopia, but no, it is not utopia, and it is not communism that we are talking about. Don't misunderstand it. We are talking about creative society, a society where the concept of power is absent. In the creative society, humanity is the center and focus, where there is priority given to the creation and expanding of opportunities for everyone to implement their creative abilities and talent, and to live fulfilled lives without any form of suppression. In this society, everything is simple, everything is transparent, and everything is open. Oh, well, dear friends, I have gone this length to show that the creative society is going to be good for every one of us. We all want to live the good life. We cannot live it in the creative society, a society that guarantees our survival and secures a future for our children. All it requires is that we change this inhuman consumerist orientation we have in all of us, and then adapt the more humane orientation of the creative society. Oh, well, it is up to all of us to do this. No one else will come and do it for us. We all owe it a responsibility to take active part in building such a society where we can live happy, safe, and be comfortable. And I would like to add this, dear friends, please pass this on, because I sincerely believe that the more people get to know about creative society, the faster we can establish it. And believe me, this is our responsibility. Oh, well, thank you all for listening to me.
So much. And for our viewers out there who are just joining us, we would like to remind everyone that this program is being translated into over 30 languages. So please stick by, and we're going to continue, but also let others know that you are here with us in this world event, an historic event. And we're going to continue. Thank you.
This conference is being broadcasted on thousands of different platforms from around the world, and our simultaneous translator working very, very hard. So today we touched in the first block, we touched the topic of the consumerist society. And right now we are moving to the second part of our conference, the benefit of a creative society. And our next speaker will be Dr. Kalangos, Director of Pediatric Heart Surgery from Athens, Greece. We are very glad you found the time to join us today, Dr. Kalangos. We respect your opinion as the well-known doctor and would like to ask you a question. What the project Creative Society means to you, and what benefits will each person have in healthcare in the Creative Society?
I would like, first of all, to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to this conference. Really, I appreciate everything you do. As everybody knows, unfortunately, despite all the actions undertaken by many international organizations, health inequalities between developing and developed countries, and even between the different social classes of some rich countries, are still continuing to be responsible for limited life expectancy and high child death rates, and usually due to preventable causes. I would like to tell you a story which impressed me and shocked me a lot as a humanitarian pediatric cardiac surgeon. In one of my missions in Mozambique, I remember very well, it was in 1999, and I have just started doing missions, humanitarian missions, and I operated the first humanitarian cardiac cases in Maputo, in the capital city of Mozambique. And this story will reflect the conditions in the majority of developing countries. And it will summarize what people unfortunately afford as conditions in this developing countries. I operated on a 5-year-old boy who was suffering from a severe cardiac disease. Unfortunately, 5 days after his surgery, he died. When I met his mother, a pregnant lady, to explain the situation, she told me that she made 600 kilometers to bring her child to our center. She told me that she spent more than 6 months to collect the money for the trip, and for this reason, she was not able to bring earlier her child to surgery. She told me that her husband died in a car accident 3 months ago. She was then rejected by her family, and now she has no money to bury the body of her child. It's shocking. I immediately decided to give all my money from my pocket and ask the director of the Heart Institute we created in Maputo to engage her in the kitchen. 1 year later, when I returned again to the Heart Institute, I noticed that her life was completely changed. She delivered the baby, got married again, and was still working in the kitchen. I realized that hope is the last human feeling which disappears only with our death. I realized that by changing the consumption-based modalities of our society and adapting the values of the creative society, we can easily improve many inequalities by deploying this kind of minor actions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kalangos. Thank you. We are very valued your opinion on that topic, because without the healthcare, we human will not survive, and we really need to have a good, affordable healthcare, equal healthcare, I would say, because healthcare is the human right. It's a fundamental human right. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I would like to announce our next speaker, Alina Fedorova, entrepreneur from Switzerland.
Yes, hello everyone again, and thank you, Professor. I agree with you, because after working in the medical care for more than 15 years, I can tell you all for sure, it's not a health care, it's a profit care. This would be the right term to call it. And I see how people with low income are denied necessary medical treatment at the same time when wealthy people undergo unnecessary medical procedures. And basically everything depends on where you live, but even more so on how much money you have. And this is terrible because it triggers in us people an animal survival instinct. And I saw how it pushes people to do anything to have money for any means, because it concerns the health of your kid. And wouldn't you do anything to save your kid? But this is crazy. And it turns out that value of your life depends on the size of your wallet, guys. And let's not fool ourselves. In the consumer format of society, anyone can find himself at any moment without money or unable to afford any medical treatment. But the thing is that besides that we are being told that it is normal, the worst thing for me is that, we all accept it. This is crazy, we accept it. And we need to build the creative society. Their life of every human being is valued. And yes, to find a solution to the problem, yes, first we have to answer a question, why it is happening. And I think we answered already this question, it's consumer format of the society. But then we should unite all mankind in one common goal, building the creative society based on 8 foundations. And the first of which is human life. life of all of us. This is important. Thank you very much. And I pass the word to the studio.
Thank you very much, Alina. Thank you for reminding that the first foundation is the human life, the value of human life. It's very important. And talking about healthcare, yes, for the doctor, it's very difficult to see that people are dying. And it's even more difficult to see that you can help, you can prevent, but the system will not allow you to do so. And definitely we will not have that situation in a creative society because of the first foundation, right? We will do everything possible in order to save our lives. And our next speaker, Tatiana, from Switzerland, will tell us more about benefits in a creative society, in a healthcare sphere.
Здравствуйте еще раз. Очень рада. Спасибо вам, что вы мне опять даете слово. Если говорить о медицине в созидательном обществе, мне бы хотелось не входить в вот такие какие-то фантастические прогнозы, там, что будет, а может быть так, а может быть вот так, потому что уже сегодня есть сотни разработок,
maybe thousands of developments, medications that could save millions of people from lethal diseases. And this is not some secret developments. These are medications, appliances, and technology that just aren't available to everyone. I'll just give you two widely known examples because it concerns everyone, and you can find these examples and see the evidence to them. So it concerns, as they say, not only poor countries, and it's not just a problem of finances. A striking example of this is the scandal with a medication for curing hepatitis C. Yes, it wasn't a slip of the tongue. Today, it's an incurable disease that kills hundreds of thousands of people a year. This molecule medication was developed by a French government laboratory, which was financed by 90% by private donations and 10% by the French government. People themselves find it. And this formula was sold to a private American company for production. Well, there were several takeovers of one company by another. A couple of owners turned out to be the same. They made a profit of a few billion euros. In the end, in 2017, it was the most expensive drug in the world. That is more than 6,000 euros per pack. That is per treatment. At the same time, the production of it costs mere pennies. And they didn't pay for it. Well, just to be told, there were some politicians and people with a conscience, so to say, and active people, and they came to the front, made this case public, and the only thing they could do was to agree with the manufacturer to lower the price of the drug. And depending on the standard of living of the country. So in Switzerland, it costs 68,000 euros. And in India, it costs 15,000 euros. But both in Switzerland, and just believe me, and in India, the price is just unacceptable, unaffordable for most patients. Another story, which has happened just recently in the US, when a private individual bought the right of producing insulin in the US, and actually there's such medication, again, which costs just mere pennies, and we know this medication. He just bought the right of producing, and he raised the price of the drug by more than 600 times. Just think about that. And it means that millions of people in the US are simply unable to pay for the drug, which is vital to their lives. However, right across the border, in Canada, it costs 600 times or even cheaper. the aid funds, volunteers, and so on are scandals just having organized to have these people. Because even with a high income, it is impossible for a family to afford such expenses. So, I'm not talking about new developments that might be in a few days, but we are talking about the politicians and which interfered and went against big businesses. We are just now talking about what is working today. In the creative society, healthcare should be healthcare and should be available to everyone in any corner of the world, just not depending on the person's status and just because he is a human being. And we, as a creative society, we should be responsible for every human life. And talking about healthcare and just workers, they're workers out of sheer enthusiasm and they're trying to cure lots of patients. And in this creative society, healthcare personnel are respected and well-paid professionals, and we entrust our health to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tatiana.
Thank you so much. You know, I can't wait until there's, healthcare, high quality healthcare for everyone worldwide. This is something we need. In a creative society, everyone is guaranteed high quality healthcare and education as well. Thank you so much, Tatiana.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Dr. Konstantin Rybachuk, Deputy Director of the Testing Board, Ministry of Health of Ukraine, will talk about education in a creative society. Dr. Rybachuk, the floor is yours. We have some technical issues with Dr. Konstantin. We will come back to Dr. Konstantin shortly. And right now we can invite Alexander Masny. Alexander Masny is a bioinformatician from Germany, and Alexander will tell us about benefits in science. It's very exciting.
Yes.
Alexander, welcome.
Yes, I will tell you about science and technology as well, how it will look like in creative society. Actually, as Tatiana already mentioned, humanity have now huge capabilities and potential. But for some reason, this potential is not used to its full capacity. Why is it so? Because in consumer format, the technologies that, for example, Tatiana was mentioning, and there are many, many others, they're just not profitable in the long term for cupcake lovers. Why is it so? For example, by preventing the occurrence of some disease, many people will put out of work, and they are breadwinners for their families. Thus, successfully potential treatment or breakthrough technology simply does not reach people. And in the creative society, it will be not a problem, because every technology is valuable. Every treatment or medication is may be very successfully applied to persons who really need it. And the people who are left or who are just cannot continue their job because of new advances, they have assurance of basic needs and security. and they can find themselves maybe in other jobs or improving this medication. So there are a lot of possibilities. And of course, right now, we can, with current technologies, we can solve such problems as hunger or water shortages. After all, Las Vegas stands in the desert. So we already can, can't we? Why not help other regions that also need basic resources, but somehow do not receive them? All advanced technologies should be everywhere, anywhere in the world, available to people. And scientific breakthroughs should also belong to society itself. I mean, in current format, we have many laws and many regulations. And for example, data protection are sometimes considered more important than human life. And many scientists could not just work with the data because of these regulations. And when you do your research, you sometimes don't know whether you have broken the law or not. And the fines for violating this law are in 6 figures. Funding of scientific projects or technological development should be determined by society itself. Is the research good for humanity? Is it completely honest and open? And what benefit will a particular project bring? Are there many potential dangers? All of these should be described in accessible and understandable language. And what do we see now? Scientists are casing for funding, they're forced to seek them. In some countries, the funding is such that it's only enough for a paper for reports, while in other countries, the scientists do only what the sponsors them ask to do. And then the sponsors consider whether this research is beneficial or not. So everything now is all about funds and profit. And we have a lot of excellent IT solutions that could help many people and organizations to work together, to work with each other, to make our cooperation and communication better. But nobody cares. And in the creative society, there should be no obstacles for work of technologists or scientists, because the society has the openness of information and technology, because we have one common goal, improving of human life. And when everybody will be able to find their vocation in life, because of providing each other with these basic needs, it will be possible to freely choose their profession. There will be a person will be able to realize himself or herself and make out of him or her maximum benefit for society. There will be no useless, monotonous work, which will have should be for a long time already be substituted by smart machinery or robots. And imagine that we have now these wonderful facilities, and we can apply it. And imagine a world with 8 billion people who think every day only about one thing: how I can be more beneficial for the society, what I can do more. And this is society of the future, and is already changing you in action and filling your life with high meaning. Thank you, dear friends.
Thank you so much, Alexander. And our next guest is Dr. Rybachuk. Let's talk about education in a creative
dear friends,
society.
and welcome. I will speak about the project Creative Society Global Talk on Education. The project Creative Society Global Talk on Education was launched with the intent to find out from world-known experts how we can change today's society format of thinking and living from consumer into the creative one through education. Within this project, we have communicated with many internationally recognized experts in the field of education, current and former ministers of education, government advisors, international education thought leaders, CEOs, and heads of global education associations. All of them were asked questions about how to build the creative society about problems and challenges that today's system of education is facing and how to resolve them. All our international experts have stressed that we all need to live in peace, friendship, and understanding between each other. All of them have mentioned that today's education has come to its dead end. We're trying to reach good results in the exams, get good grades for the courses, trying to be on the top of some list, etc. However, we forget the most important part, and this is to be a human being. We have forgotten about human and moral values that we need to raise in our children. We have forgotten vital things which are finally aimed to make us human beings. We have spoken a lot about upbringing, which from their point of view is the most important part of education. That we need to teach our children how to love and respect each other, how to cooperate and help with each other. We have spoken a lot about the culture of self-improvement among teachers and pupils, which has to be both professional and personal. We have also spoken a lot that without upbringing, which has to be based on universal human and moral things, we are risking to bring up greed, selfish, and educated monsters. Unfortunately, today, we still have such examples. We have doctors who, instead of helping people and providing professional medical treatment, are only trying to earn money, selling and prescribing medications which have controversial effects on patients. We have educated economists and financial experts who are purposefully lowering the cost of some foreign currency and thus playing against the well-being of millions of families in that country. We have talented scientists and engineers who are sadly creating weapons of mass destruction and guns. Right now, I'd like to read a short letter that one school principal sent to every teacher he employed. A very old letter, but very important. Dear teacher, I have survived a concentration camp. My eyes saw things that no man should ever see. I saw how educated engineers were building gas chambers. I saw how qualified doctors poisoned children. I saw how trained nurses killed babies, how graduates of higher educational institutions shoot and burn children and women. That's why I do not trust education. I am asking you, help your pupils become humans. Your efforts should never lead to the creation of scientist monsters, trained psychopaths, educated Eichmanns. Reading, writing, and mathematics are only important when they're helping our children become more human. However, in the creative society, dear friends, in the society that we're all dreaming of, education is teaching us unity. It's teaching us to love. It is inspiring and open up our best human qualities. This is education, which teaches us how to love and respect each other, how to live in peace and friendship together. This is education that opens up our individual potential and helps us to become highly qualified specialists with high moral and human values. This education, which is free of charge and easy to access for every person and every child anywhere. This is education which teaches us creativity and how to use our individual potential for the benefit of the whole society, how to be a caring and responsible person. This is education which teaches us to value life and freedom of choice of every person and teaches us creative ideology. Isn't this the education that we're all willing to have and give to our children? Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. Thank you so much. This education that we have today does not help us to evolve. And today we get to talk about that. We get to talk about the education that we needed, but also what our children need right now, in order to build a creative society. And today we're educating each other in this world as we sit here and talk about this message to everyone with this realization.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rybachuk, one more time. And our next speaker is Dr. Negi, principal at Sanjeevani World School, will talk on the need of creative society.
I'm so excited to be here today. It's such a unique platform where like-minded people from across the globe are coming together for creative society. And it's such an inspirational journey that I have seen with creative society. What inspired me was the outlook of each and every person who wants to make a difference. The 8 foundations actually lead you towards an ideal life, an ideal society where everybody cares for each other, where all the resources belongs to everyone. Isn't that we all dream for? It's time. We need to come out of our dream and make a society where each one of us would like to see our family, our friend and our own self. And being an educator and principal of the school, I implemented these foundations in my school and motivated my children to take it forward. Yes, whatever we have done right now is still a drop in the ocean, but it's still a drop that matters, because these small drops that we are collecting will turn it into a mighty oceans. All our 1,000 students are doing something or other to make a better world. All our teachers are associated with that, and we did not limit it to our school. Then we extended it to all our friendly schools, and slowly this movement is gaining momentum, and one day we will stay in the kind of society which we are idealizing. And I think the world we are staying in and the creative society that we are dreaming of, the 8 foundations show us the path, and that is the path. All we have to do is move together in that path in a very peaceful manner. We are not here to shout slogans. We are not here to show agitation. We are here to change mindset. We are here to move out of that fixed mindset to growth mindset and adapt to something which is desirable, something which we all dream of. It's time. Come out of the dream world and move towards creative society, an ideal society that I want to live in, I want my family to live in, my friends to live in, and the entire world to live in, because I firmly believe in the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Entire world is my family. Thank you.
Right. It's the right time to move to a creative society format. And our next speaker is Christian Pushkashu from Germany. He is the finance consultant. Christian will tell us about how openness of information will help to eliminate corruption and helps our economy. Christian, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for your invaluable insights, inspiring comments, and especially your vision and already realization of a creative society. But have you ever wondered why many intransparent decisions are made by governments, like secret contracts with private companies or negotiations behind closed doors, impacting the lives of millions of people? What possible benefits can the people enjoy from such intransparency? If such decisions were made for the benefit of all people, would there be a need for secrecy in the first place? If there is nothing to hide, there is no reason to keep it secret. Be open, make it public, simply be transparent. Honesty and transparency of public decision-making, and in particular public spending, are a key foundation of a creative society, as I outlined in its 4th foundation, as we can see now on the screen, where the truth is the norm, not the exception, as it happens today. Full transparency of public spending in a creative society would involve a real-time tracking of the entire public spending at all levels of government. Just imagine, Similar to your private online banking, every citizen can access and review the bank accounts of all public institutions. Yes, this is possible today. We have the technologies, we have internet. Online banking works for all individuals, so why can't it work for governments too, right? Consequently, wasteful and fraudulent spending of public funds could thus be immediately stopped, and the culprits would be dismissed and punished if the public decides so, not only their superiors. Because we, the citizens, the taxpayers, we are the owners of these funds. Guys, it's our money, not theirs. They're just the managers. We pay the taxes. So what would be the benefits of this full transparency in a creative society? Firstly, if grants or subsidies are awarded from public funds, the recipients become subject to the same real-time tracking of their bank accounts. It is not enough for the governments to be transparent if the public funds end up in black boxes of private organizations. In contrast, today, governments worldwide give grants to pharma companies or private foundations for research. $30 billion per year only in the USA. While the pharma companies themselves spend $40 billion, we can see now on the screen, these are the blue bubbles. While the pharma companies spend more than $50 billion for marketing, so more money goes into marketing than into research from their hand. These are the red bubbles on the screen now. So how is the money actually being spent? That is a big question. Secondly, all public tender conditions must be fully disclosed and decided by the public. Whereas recently, the government in Romania would have received only 6%, a fraction of the revenues from a controversial gold mining project, the biggest in Europe, although the natural resources belong to all humans, isn't it? This beautiful landscape would have been totally destroyed. And for whose benefit? Thirdly, the prices of advisory services to governmental agencies must be fully disclosed and compared with market prices. When in 2016, the German Ministry of Defense spent for advisory services more than 400,000 euros per day. Yes, 400,000 per day, not per year, per day, including weekends, by the way. In 2019, it didn't get better. The same Ministry of Defense spent more than 800,000 euros per day for advisory services. Guys, that's a lot of money. And no public official was dismissed, no important figure. And we're talking here about the Ministry of Defense, not education or healthcare. So much money being spent for the military, right? We've seen that already. The US government alone spends $700 billion per year, almost 20% of its budget for the military. We can see here at the outlays for defense, 700 billion out of 4.4 trillion. This was discussed before. So imagine if we spend these amounts of money for high quality medical treatments, for scientific development, for civilian purposes, so many people could be cured every day from deadly diseases. In a creative society, there is no need for defense in the first place, while healthcare and education are top priorities indeed. Therefore, not a single public institution or public servant may accept any gifts or payments or sponsoring from private individuals or companies. In a creative society, public institutions and public managers are financed only through public funds. They're accountable not only to their superiors, but to the entire public. Only such a framework can ensure that people who are really interested in improving the lives of everybody, of the entire society, in managing public funds responsibly, ultimately respecting and caring for people, right, are indeed in charge of our public institutions. Our public institutions, ours in a creative society that we can build. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Christian. Right now, you answered a very important question for all our viewers, because we got questioned a lot how you will be able to build a creative society, where you can have, will you find the funds for that? And right now, we can see very clearly why we don't have a free healthcare right now, why we don't have a free education, just because we have a corruption. And the question is, can we fix the corruption in a consumer society? Let me simplify. Corruption is a very difficult word, but what it means? It means greed and fraud, right? Can we fight greed and fraud in a consumer format? No, because that's the foundation for the consumer format. What needs to be done? We need to change the format from a consumer to a creative. Thank you so much, Christian. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, Nizam Ahmed Zaid from Uzbekistan. Nizam, welcome.
Извиняюсь. Ассаламу алейкум, здравствуйте. Благодарю за возможность говорить. И хотел сказать, что созидательное общество — это тот мир, к которому стремился пророк Мухаммад.
Of the people, the prophet is actually trying to bestow upon us by his example, by showing the love and means of love, and even to your enemy, he was treating him and forgiving them everything that they did before and against him. He united the people in the love to Allah, and this is why in such a short period of time, and Islam spread almost all over the world, and Islam is love to Allah. And we see right now that really this heritage of Islam that shows the goodness of people, and this Muhal mentioned that a time is soon coming to mankind when nothing of Islam but its name will remain, and only the written form of the Quran remain, and their mosques will be in a fine condition, but will be devoid of guidance. Their learned man will be the worst people under heaven, and corruption coming forth from them and returning among them, and that will be spreading the differences among the people. And as we see right now, and as we know that the lovers of cupcakes or something, they saw how planes and how they were like blowing up and hit the buildings, and the people actually have their hands tied and untied, and they called it Islamic terrorism, and it was a diversion against the Islam of any types of sorts, and for many years, and it actually made their hands free. And so they entered Islamic governments, they destroyed the governments, millions of people were killed or injured or at the line of catastrophe, and of course the elderly and children were suffering. And the terrorism does not have any nation. The terrorism does not have a religion. They only have the owners of the terrorism, or who raise them or fund them, and the terrorists they also have that they're serving to serve the God, or they're understanding that they serve the God. It's like they shift the attention, or they shift the understanding. They zombify the person. They give them drugs and arms, and so they create such a violence in the world that we observe right now. And looking at all of that in the world that we have, apart from feeling really bad and sorry, and that I didn't know what can we do, like what can be done for it to be stopped all at once, because it's impossible to just see all of that and do nothing. And as if you feel that you're the one and there's no understanding of what to do, as you feel like dust in the wind, but still, because of the Creative Society project, and because of the people of goodwill and this project, I became as a mountain, I became as a stone. I know the objective, I know where I'm going for, and I know what is needed for all of that violence to be stopped. And I really call upon all of the Muslim people in the world and all of the people in the world to join us, to join this project, because every single Muslim, you know that he's supposed to do is to remove the stone from the road, or the burden on the path for each and every other Muslim supposed to do good and only the good deeds. And about that, Allah, may peace be upon him, try to be in front of the others in the good deeds, no matter where you are. Allah will lead you to all together in His name. He is possible for to do anything, so that what else kindness and goodness you're supposed to have than the buildup of the creative society that would allow us to stop the wars, stop the hunger, and all of that madness that is happening right now in the world. And this is the main thing, as every Muslim is supposed to thrive and try to achieve and to join and to spread the word, spread the knowledge on the creative society. And in the end, I would just really like to finish with the words from the heavens that are really up to date at this moment of time. And He has given us a prophet. Just try not to separate, and thus the Quran are telling the following the words of Allah. The family of Iman is said, hold firmly to the rope of Allah and all together, and do not be divided. Remember the Allah upon what you're doing, that there's no enemies, and only unite with your hearts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nizam, so much for your sincere words and from your heart. And yes, I agree with you. Many people in this world that are somehow an image is drawn that they're terrorists are the very people used. And we see the same thing in Christianity and amongst other people's behavior all over the world.
Thank you so much, Jason.
You know, I understood that there won't be any more terrorists in the world. And why? Let's explore exactly how these terrorists are born and how their behavior is formed. They feel an inner call, a desire to help. But the economic situation of this consumer society allows them to be manipulated. Here's a short example. Imagine you've lived your whole life in a mud hut, and an individual who has billions of dollars pays another organization to round people up and get volunteers. They pay you $50 and it's 600% more than your income. What are you going to do? Now this is a religious person, very faithful, but he has a family to feed. Does this somehow excuse his actions or any actions that are against mankind? Of course not. I'm asking you to look at the behavior of how it's manipulated. It is manipulated by these very elite. These people who come to us and manipulate our behavior through the conditions of the economic situations all over the world. Now, these people who we call terrorists, imagine for a second in a creative society, a person who feels that faith, who feels the responsibility for his family, who feels the responsibility for his society. We all know such people, right? It may even be a brother or cousin that we grow up with in similar conditions, and we make one choice and they make another. But what creates that condition for those choices? It is this economic instability that creates this, and the leverage of those people that we give our power to. It is impossible to not move forward in a creative society without recognizing this. Thank you all. And thank you again, Nizam.
Thank you very much, Jason. And I would like to continue the topic that you just started and talk more about crime and why we will not have a crime in a creative society. In a consumer society, it is impossible to eradicate crime because it is anchored on two pillars. First, like you said, is the economical instability, which makes people commit crimes to get a piece of bread. And the second is the lack of interest to fix this problem. We have so many people, they would like to have it, they have profit, they make money on it. And in a creative society, there will be simply no condition for crime, and will be no those who are interested in support the crime. I would like to give you one example. So here in Georgia, Georgia has been considered a human trafficking hub since 2005, when the FBI first identified Atlanta as one of the 14 cities which with the highest incidence of sexual trafficked children. Just think about, like, why do you think we have it? Maybe because we have a very big international airport, or maybe we don't have enough police in our state. No, not because. We have this problem only because we have a demand for that. And in a consumer society, we will not be able to fix that problem. Doesn't matter how we will strengthen our laws or enlarging the police department will not help. Demand is the very important thing, and we need to fix it. That's not what in a human society, how we should really interact with each other. And our next speaker, Adrija Biswal, she will talk more about perspective of creative society and how creative ideology will help us to become a better human.
And I believe a creative society is an essential part in everybody's life, because that is what is going to make the difference in the future and resolve all these problems that we are facing today. In a creative society, these issues will not exist because people will think differently. People will unite to make sure that these are not issues anymore. So for example, if you look into child trafficking and if you look into child labor, if there is education, if there is a proper norm of children need to get educated, children should not be exploited, the very first foundation of our creative society where we value human life, where we respect human life, if we did that as individuals and we respected children, we respected humans for what they are, then would we be exploiting them? Would we be doing trafficking of them and harming their soul, their emotions, their body, their physical well-being? And all of these will just disappear because we are educating our men to respect women, and we are educating our daughters to be more fearless and self-sufficient. And that then goes on to the second bit, which is domestic violence. If we treated our children properly and we gave them the right upbringing in a creative society where they are nurtured, they are loved, we respect human life, there is acceptance, there is tolerance, and every child is treated with the same level of respect and dignity. They deserve the education, they deserve that chance to make a difference in the world. Then imagine those children will grow up to become much more responsible citizens. And those citizens will have love, respect, tolerance, humanity, empathy for everything that they do. They will be the leaders of the creative society. And imagine if we have people that love and respect, then would there be violence? No. We will have a much more peaceful foundation, and peace begins at home. Violence begins at home, and that's where we need to replace that violence with peace. If fathers and mothers are tolerant and they're not fighting and they're not creating that negative environment for the children, then automatically you're imbibing peace. And how do we do that? By spiritual transformation, by personal transformation. If each one of us embraced the creative society values and our 8 foundations, and we respected human life, and we respected our people, our neighbors, our friends, our families, our children, then we would be a much more healthy society. We would be a much more positive society, contributing towards a higher notch of humanity.
Thank you for that. And next, we have a video clip with the participation of Igor Nikolaevich Danilov from the video Creative Society Unites Everyone. Let's see that clip.
While the Creative Society is first of all the fairest and the most honest society, what is it distinguished for? We already discussed it and we will repeat it here too. After all, a consumerist format is actually an order where a play with people's lives is going on. That's the first point. But even those who play with people's lives, their lives are also being played with. Moreover, in the consumerist format, let's say, all conditions are really formed for the vilest human qualities to predominate. This is encouraged and supported. They write one thing on paper, but in life, something totally different happens. Because those to whom we have delegated power say one thing, but act differently, and they create such conditions where all our low animal qualities flourish: hatred, anger, hate among brothers, and many other negative factors where everything originates from. There is sheer manipulation of consciousness. Mass media are used for promoting negativity, and absolutely animal patterns are imposed on us. So this animal dominates over everything humane in us. Yet such conditions have been created that human qualities in our, let's say, what should predominate, is an unfavorable state. Why? Because any manifestation of humane qualities provoke amazement in a crowd, and a person who lives by true and genuine altruism is regarded by the crowd as a mentally unhealthy person, that he wants something and wants to deceive. There are such mindsets. So if a person really does something as a volunteer, does something for people, it means he's either insane or receives some benefit from that.
Thank you so much, Igor Mikhailovich. Yes, indeed. The difference between consumer society and creative society, it's like a hell and a heaven. And with each new speaker, it becomes more and more obvious today. So, how do we make this transition from a consumer society to a creative society? Our next speaker will tell us about how social transformation happens, why is it possible, and what is the role of each person in building creative society. I would like to announce the video interview that we took with Stefan Schwarz, Distinguished Consulting Facility of Saarbrücken University, BIAL Fellow, award-winning author, columnist for the journal Explorer. Let's watch the video.
About 3 years ago, gay became LGBTQ. Now, nobody ever got on television and said, okay, we're going to make this change, or some major authority said this, or whatever. But if you do a Google on word frequency of inquiries, what you'll find is that people stopped using gay and they started using LGBTQ. Those are all things in which social transformation took place, not because of military power or official authority or any of those things, but simply because ordinary people changed their consciousness about it. So the key to making nonviolent social transformation is that each individual must personally make a change in consciousness. And when they do that, there's no force that can oppose it. That's how Gandhi got independence for India without a war. That's how Martin Luther King created the civil rights movement. So this is the key to making change, is not that you have military power or great wealth or any of those things, but that you are committed to well-being and fostering well-being, and everything that you choose always supports well-being. There is a process I call the quotidian choice. Quotidian is not a common word, that's why I chose it. It means daily, ordinary, mundane, because every day you make dozens of little choices. The things that you buy, the shops that you go to, all that sort of thing. Most people don't even think of it as a choice, but in fact, it's a vote for a certain consciousness. And if you make the commitment that every day you make all these choices and that you are aware you're making these choices, and that of the options that are available to you about anything that you're choosing, you always choose the one that is the most compassionate and life-affirming and fostering of well-being, and you tell friends that that's what you're doing as a discipline and invite them to join you, this is how you create social change. And it's more powerful than any other force. So we all have, when we do this, we have the power to create the kind of society we want. Is that 75% of the time, violent change does not succeed. And even when it does succeed, it doesn't last very long, because violent change by its very nature creates, those on the inside and those on the outside, and it creates conflict. I mean, that's just the nature of creating violent change. So when you create change by violence, what you do is you create a group of people who are the outsiders, and they resist, and inevitably there will be more conflict. Whereas when change is accomplished non-violently, it succeeds 75% of the time. Now think about that. Violent change fails 75% of the time. Nonviolent change succeeds 75% of the time. Violent change is not long-lasting. Nonviolent change is long-enduring. Why? Because it's inclusive. It supports well-being. That's what it's about. It's about fostering well-being. So people feel included. They don't feel that they have been kept out. They don't feel that they are in opposition. So what we want to do is to individually make the decision that every choice we make will be compassionate, life-affirming, and supportive of well-being. And if you do that about everything you do, and you tell your friends and to ask them to join you and tell their friends, then just the people that will listen to this interview have the power to change the system.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, in a way of change and giving us the description on how it's done and how we can improve on it. When we say unification, it means inattention. And the change, it begins to happen when we're in that critical mass of honest and responsible people. We do a whole lot better. We really understand that to be and to agree with each other without failure for our future, to educate and self-educate ourselves to be better human beings.
Thank you so much, Leslie, and thank you again for Dr. Schwartz. So it's like really easy and understandable that social transformation, the transformation from a consumer format in which we are live today to a format of creative society is so easy and possible, right? And the attention is the key word. It depends on us, on every single person who right now listening to us, right? If we really would like to live in such a society and enjoy it and live free and leave this beautiful world for our children and grandchildren, then we really need to unite, and unite in attention, in desire to build such a society. And I would like to invite our next speaker, Alexei Prutkov. He will tell us more about power of attention and intention.
Yes, thank you, Marina. And just to reconfirm what Dr. Schwartz was saying, that also compelling research by Erica Chenoweth, a political scientist at Harvard University, and Maria Stephan, a former director of the program of nonviolent action at the United States Institute of Peace, confirms that peaceful resistance is not only the moral choice, it is also the most powerful way of shaping world politics, and by a long way. And looking at hundreds of campaigns over the past century, Chenoweth and Stephan found that nonviolent campaigns are twice as likely to achieve their goals as violent campaigns. And they have also shown that it takes around 3.5% of the population actively participating to ensure serious political change. And moreover, nonviolent movements attracted 4 times as many participants as the violent. And, you know, it all boils down to the unity of our attention, paying attention to one common goal. As famous Russian space scientist Konstantin Tsiolkovsky wrote, those who will learn to unite will enter the golden age. One person adding the force of their attention to achieve one common goal multiplies the resulting force exponentially. So the more people join, the more valuable each next person is. Thank you.
The good news about just 3.5% is needed. Let's do a math and calculate. What is the number? So please write it in the comments. And right now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Peter Cohen, Senior Lecturer in Religion from Clemson University.
So you would say you were inspired by the foundation of the Creative Society and the 8 pillars?
Yes, definitely.
Yes? Okay.
Because they call for action. They are not simple words to please people's ears. What has to happen is people have to go out on the limb. They have to take the chance. They have to understand that, yes, it's going to be faced, whatever we do, as you've seen, with problems, with threats, with disgust, whatever. We must be like Socrates, a thorn underneath the saddle of the people, something to make people uncomfortable, to show them what is necessary, what must be changed, and when possible, how to change it. This is not easy. And look at what happened during the nonviolent movements of Gandhi and of King. Many people were hurt, but in the end, change was brought about. So think creatively. Think about how to bring about change and who can bring about change and how you or I can bring about change. If someone can suggest to me how to do it, trust me, I will be first in line. I'm tired of the way things are. I'm so lucky to be in a position of comfort right now, but I know people are hurting. I know society is hurting, and there must be ways. A great example, a number of people have said, we don't have the food to feed people, okay? We have more than enough food not only to feed this nation, but the world. The problem is distributing it. We sit there, watch food spoil and get thrown out. If we can provide transit for these farmers who are producing this food and other people, this food can be delivered to those that need it in our country and in other countries. Harry Truman had a sign on his desk that said, "The buck stops here." Each of us need to carry that sign around our necks. The buck stops here. And with you, we must take the responsibility and take action and not wait for it to happen. We must, as a group, Allatra, lock arms, find ways that we can join from different areas, from different places in the world, to do the very same thing. It's in our power, there's no question about it. An individual can bring about change. Two individuals, now we're a group, they can bring about change. And exponentially, we can move back those arms on that clock way back in time, which we need to. It obviously came up because of the Cold War. What we have to do is realize, you know what? The Cold War has to be over. We have to embrace other nations rather than be scared of them. We have to go in and make friends wherever we can. That will maybe toss away that clock, as you put it. A person you don't know is the other or them. But when you sit down, talk with them, share food with them, they became a human being, friend. And that's what absolutely I agree with you. Tomorrow, you meet someone, approach someone who you don't know, who is different than you are. Engage them. That's another important word, engage. Try to meet someone new as many times as you can. Try to get involved with different groups as many times as you can. It will be amazing what you'll learn from other people, from other generations of people. It's, I hate to use the word, but contagious. Let's make this idea, let's make this society, let's make Allatra contagious in the world.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cohen, for your kind and sincere words. We really appreciate it. And for our viewers who just joined us, I would like to announce that you're watching right now an international online conference, Creative Society United We Can. This conference is simultaneously translated to 35+ languages and broadcasted to thousands of platforms on social media and different types of media. Millions of people are watching us right now. And dear viewers, thank you so much for your kind comments and questions. We definitely will answer them.
Yes, you have definitely brought the world together. We are united. We are United Nations today. We are United Nations right now of people. And that is so important for our world today.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And today we gathered here to talk about the change. But many people think that change can only be done through revolutions or through some going on barricades, violence, and so on. This world has seen a lot of those actions, and none of them brought the actual change. This world doesn't need any more revolutions. It needs evolution. And basically, we have everything to do this, and it can only be done within the legal ways, within the laws of each country, because the constitution of each country says that the highest power belongs to people. So why won't we use our right as people to elect those who are willing to implement the 8 principles, 8 foundations of the creative society into the constitution of each country? And those people will show up. We only have to create a demand for them. We have to let them know that we need this change. We need to share this on social media where hundreds of followers each one of us has. And it's just so easy to talk to your friend and your family about issues that are really important because it's future of us and our children. And only together we can make this step from consumerism into the future of humanity and future of constructiveness and creative society. And all the steps on this path can also only be done gradually and in accordance with the 3rd principle of the creative society, which says everything has to benefit a person. So none of those steps can hurt any person's benefits or our life in general. Everything has to be implemented gradually only to benefit us. And of course, the most important first principle says that human life is the most important value. So no life should be sacrificed into the name of any great whatever excuse we find. We only have to do it cherishing and really valuing every human life. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and what was very inspiring that today we heard that the creative society can be built in less than 10 years. Can you imagine? We can actually live in a beautiful world in less than 10 years. So how do we do it? Let's talk about the stages of the creative society. And as was mentioned just now by Tali, they have to be done gradually. We have to go step by step in order to build the creative society. So the first stage of building the creative society is the informational stage. Globally, people need to know about the creative society. This is the most important stage. When each person understands what creative society is and supports it, then they can go on the platform allatraunites.com, click the Join Us button, and pick one of the 3 options to register. And we can see the video on the screen right now on how to do it. Thank you. Yes, so this step is very important. And what is it going to give? It's going to give an understanding of the number of people in each country that support the creative society. So then when there is more than 50% of the active electorate in the country supports the creative society, then it is possible to move to the second part. And this is the creation of the electoral platform. The electoral platform is a site created in each specific country where each person can register with their own personal information. The electorate will choose for themselves the politicians who will share the creative society. Can you imagine only choosing those politicians that will actually share the same ideas as we do, the people? When the electorate chooses politicians with the use of the electoral platform, then there is a certain understanding between the electorate and the representatives that were chosen. The first law that must be passed is the law on the electoral platform. It is the right to recall, to regulate, and it is the legal framework. And this is very important. And of course, as we said, everything has to be moved in stages and in steps. The second law that the electorate has to pass is the implementation of the 8 foundations into the constitutions of their country. If the representatives that are chosen do not execute what people want, then people just simply withdraw their vote and re-elect a different person, hold a re-election in their country. As simple as that. And those are the stages of building the creative society. It is very simple, and as was said earlier, the power belongs to the people. So we, the people, can make the choice.
Thank you so much, Olga. Let's sum up. So the first, we need to inform every single person that you know. Why do we need to do? Because we really would like that every single person can choose the new format. Because we only can make this transition by peaceful means, right? So we really all need to know about what is our next step. Is go through the legal process, through the and vote for the candidate that will support the idea of creative society. And the next, those who will go to the, for example, Congress or Senate, they can already vote for us and really create the electoral platform where we all can vote for the next laws, and they also can add as the second law, they add 8 foundation in our constitution. What that brings us? That brings a lot. Can you imagine that everything in our society will be regulated accordingly, these 8 foundation? Thank you so much, Olga. And I would like to invite our next speaker, Olga Prochenko from Belgium.
Добрый день.
Hello.
Да, действительно, для реализации этапов созидательного общества просто фундаментальным процессом является
steps of creative society. Informing is a fundamentally important stage. And provide that to each person actively participants in the informing process, the idea of creative society will become the dominant idea in society. And it is possible to do it on legislative level, to make a decision on the creation and electoral platform. And we can do it based on ALLATRA Unites platform and inform all the people to create the electoral source by all the people, and to create a new society on the new ideas. The idea of the creative society can be the major in society. It can be above all the trends, because the main trend is human's life, and for this we should inform people all over the world, and all people should know about this project. And we need only you, dear friends, your relatives, friends, and everyone whom can be informed by you about this idea. And we don't have any time to postpone it for tomorrow. It's important to understand that every day that prolongs the creative society from us can cost thousands of children's life that are struggling from hunger and lives of their parents who are struggling from wars, because now we're living in a society where there is no value of people's life. So if you do not act or do anything to change this format, so every day when you postpone the informing and do not talk to your neighbor about creative society, you can become a core participant of this dice, because the responsibility lies on every one of us. Or maybe you can just shy to talk about that, because in consuming society, it's not a trend to talk about such values. But we should not even talk, we should cry out loud about human's life value, that everyone who is sitting at home can hear us. Or if you think that you do a lot and mass media can talk about it, but for a year and a half, different conferences, roundtables all over the world are taking part how to change our format from consuming to creative. But mass media keeps silence. Why? Why is it so? Because mass media belong to those who eat cupcakes. Dear mass media, creative society, it's about your life and your children's life. Or do you think that these people can share cupcakes with you? But when? When there will be a house? We people, we need to understand that building of happily society, it's not a business project or a business of some organizations. It's our chance of all of us as a humanity. It's a chance to create a better future for our children. It's our common deed as a humanity. And we have plenty of instruments to inform all people on Earth about it very quickly. We can call, talk, speak to our neighbors, friends, colleagues, acquaintances. We can communicate. We not only can, we need to do it. And the price of this informing is life. And creative society is one big family. And this family called humanity. So who can be against it? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olga. You are absolutely right. The price for not acting, the price for procrastinating is very, very high. This price we can measure with human lives. So that's absolutely crucial that right now we really understand the importance of this first stage of the informing of every single human on Earth, and really take that seriously and start to act. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite our next speaker, Zorias from Pakistan. He is channel head of News Hunt TV, news editor. He is also a student in media and mass communication. And he will tell us about the role of media in building a creative society. And I would like to add something and say that Hunt TV is an example of media that really cares about humanity and people of their country. And right now, thanks to volunteers from Hunt TV, we have a live Urdu interpretation, which gives people in Pakistan opportunity to watch us in their language and their native language. So thank you so much, Hunt TV. Let's watch a video.
Hello everyone, I'm pleased to be a part of Al-Azhar and an international project of all humanity creative society whose main aim is to make this world peaceful and a worthy place to live. We are supporting Creative Society from Pakistan together with Al-Azhar TV Pakistan. The Creative Society presents very unique and creative ideas that were expressed by people from all over the world for the betterment of humanity, the main objective of which is to increase the peace awareness across the world to make this world suitable for all living beings. Every human living on earth has the right and his own will to live his life. He has his own ideologies and methodologies to live his life. The problem starts arising when man starts to impose his own thoughts, wills, and methods on other men around to prove himself and his so-called standards to be right and on point. Unfortunately, in our country, the practice of imposing one's own thoughts onto another's life is a common matter. The main reasons for this immature behavior are lack of patience, modern education, and willingness to adopt to change. The only enemy of each person and all humanity as well is consumer society. And it's only us people who can change this world together and build together a creative society. But for this, we all need to unite. These are a few drastic factors which make today's era the worst era to live. Here the question arises, is this the era we wish to live for? And are we ready to live this damaged, broken universe for our new generation? The answer is no. But what steps are we gonna take to make it better and a life worth living? This is important to share good, positive information. Last but not least, media is indeed the best source to educate common people to let them differentiate between right and wrong for themselves, which will help them to avoid the negativity and practice positivity in their lives without any external influence. And this is our responsibility as part of media to take our duties into serious consideration in helping people know their real identities and have a positive attitude towards living a peaceful life. With these last words, I would like to conclude my speech, presenting my heartiest gratitude to Alatra for providing this incredible opportunity to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And the information, oh my God, the way we talk and the way we get to talk with each other through the information stage, through mass media, through Facebook, through Instagram, you know, whatever that is. When you look at the moment of time we're in right now, in a pandemic, and the world has come together through social media with the desire to come together and make changes in the life we live. Thinking ahead, evolving into something else, not wanting the same anymore. I always believe that there's a reason for everything. And this pandemic was a reason for us to sit down and think about, where are our lives going? What are we doing? What is the rest of the world doing? Because we all, the day we're born, we all have a dream inside of us of peace, of love, of all of those things. We feel that when we're kids. And in this information stage where we're able to connect, we're able to teach each other all across the world. We're able to teach our kids all across the world. We are learning today from each other. This is an historic day of information and education, all wrapped up in one language. The desire to do better, the desire to have a creative society.
Thank you very much, Leslie. And right now, I would like to announce another video from Han TV. Tagdiz Ahmad, CEO and Managing Director of News Han TV, journalist student, mass media communication.
I think right now it's Deepak.
Deepak? Oh, I apologize.
Hello everyone. As we know that Alatra is working to make this world worthy to live for us and our coming generation, to achieve this aim, it is working on different projects to save this world from destruction and provides humanity that values which they deserve. So I am impressed with the innovative ideas and hard work of their team, and I decided to collaborate with them to achieve these goals as a team. The Creative Society, according to me, holds a due place for the people in the world. Moreover, Allatra's Creative Society is working on international level. It unites people from the whole world and gathers them on a single platform to discuss different important topics, and the solutions to the different worldly problems is concluded. People should encourage media to talk about creative society. This is what all people in our country as well as in the whole world want. With the help of the media, people who are deprived of money and power can become aware of their rights and speak for themselves. A very basic thing we have learned from our childhood is that God helps those who help themselves. Indicates that until or unless we don't speak for ourselves, nobody would do that for us. Everything should be done in a peaceful way, as we don't need revolution, we need evolution, and we all need to build creative society. There are a lot of issues to be discussed here, but due to shortage of time, I would like to admit that this is a responsibility of media to inform people about creative society. A creative society is a mixture of old and modern society. By uniting both, we form a goal that aim at our freedom and rights. Using our rights to solve all those problems, we have to build creative society to improve our economic system and lead our country toward prosperity and peace by providing people opportunities based on their interests. Doing this, we would be a step closer to our goal of creative society. Rely for now, we have only one enemy. It is a consumer format. We need creative society because it is not that someone imposes on us to do this, but initiated by many people because all people want this, and that is why it is possible to build a peaceful means. By ending my speech, I would like to say that media plays an important and efficient role in protecting people from negativity. Media is the only source that can unite people from all over the world. It is the duty imposed on us from the citizenship that every individual should take responsibility seriously. Once again, thank you, Allatra, for providing me this precious opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tagdis. Thank you so much, Hunt TV. And I would like to announce our next speaker, Deepak Kumar, the global entrepreneur, founder and chairman, Smile for Millions Trust, global peacemaker and social activist. He is also from India. He is also a representative of the mass media.
Greetings to one and all. As we all know, the importance of information and the sharing of information is very, very important. So on behalf of Creative Society Project in the world, we the youth just come forward for a great change in the society. We are talking about the 8 foundations of Creative Society. Is bringing a great peace across the world. Especially we talk about India, we the volunteers in India is talking about the Creative Society. Not only in the people to people, but now we have got a great success and a great change that many organizations collaborated together, many organizations and schools, university collaborated together, the young scientists, young thinkers, entrepreneurs, women and development person, they are coming together and we all are creating a great society. And the Creative Society, the mission of Creative Society is to bring peace, connect the people, connect the society for integrity and with the happiness. This is very important to do that. Nowadays, as we are growing forward in the digital era, we are forgetting that the meaning of real humanity is something else. We have to understand the importance of one life, one earth. So we have to do something for our humanity. We have to do something for our peace in the society. And Creative Society is doing that. I'm thankful to the entire volunteers of Allatra TV working across the globe for the peace and integrity. And we are very blessed to be the part of it. And as this conference is on, you can be the one who can be the change for the world. Yes, the Creative Society is bringing a great peace and information for the entire humanity. We all are together, and we all can bring the world, and we all can bring a great peace in the society. We have to be the change for the society. We can't be the change for the society. We have to understand this is the only one life, and in this life we have to do great for the society. So thank you very much, and let's be unite for creative society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear friend. This is a great example for both countries, for India and for Pakistan. And you can see how people strive for one idea while being artificially divided. But at the same time, all people want peace. They all want to live in a happy society. They want to live in a creative society.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Marina, that's right. And we speak to a lot of people, and some of them say, you are such a good people, but you are a little bit naive. There will be time when someone will come and stand behind you. So for right now, I will just stand and watch you build a creative society. So guys, does it really work like this? Someone is gonna stand and watch us build a creative society. And what we going to do? Are they for creative society if they're making that choice? Are they supporting the future of our kids? You know what? Let's write their names down. Why? Because when everyone is talking about creative society around the globe, and it's buzzing from all the media channels and on all the platforms, those are the people that will scream that they were here first and will start looking for the best spot under the sun.
Yes, Olga. We all know how it goes in today's world, where politicians are changing their mind as soon as the wind blows. And we expect that there will be those who won't take creative society ideas serious at first, might laugh at them, might reject the ideas. But think about it, those are ideas of humanity, those are the ideas of human equality, those are the ideas of human unity. Later on, when the movement is going to grow and there will be huge demand for people who represent creative society, of course those people are going to claim that they were the first one to support and they will implement everything, blah, blah, blah. But should we trust those people then? Or maybe knowing the experience, we should be ready for that and just prepare and protect ourselves from those who are willing to only fight for their own benefits, who are willing, like as in the example with the city, when they were eating pancakes, stuff in their stomachs, when people in their own city was starving to death. Do we want to protect ourselves from those people? Then we have to put them on record. Then we have to keep track of what are they saying right now on creative society and make sure that they will not be elected, that we are not going to delegate them any sort of decision-making power. And when creative society eventually happened, well, it will happen, those people going to have to take responsibility. And they are going to work really, really hard and really, really long for the benefit of all of the humanity.
Thank you, Tali. Thank you, Olga. It goes without saying, friends. It seriously goes without saying that we should write down their names. Because these very people, as we've seen in the video earlier, in the wars we all witness in our own lives, that these people will eat cakes while our children are starving. These very people will promise you one thing and do another. But if we work together, we can build the creative society in a short amount of time. It won't take long. There's so many people gathered here today putting in work, volunteering, putting in their time away from their families and their friends and their work, you know, because we pursue money. That's what we need here. But when we build this creative society, words like poverty, hunger, inflation, all of those words will just be words of yesterday. Why? Because you would make it possible. They would just be words. And let me ask you all something. I have 2 children, I'm sure you all have children in this room today. How can you call someone that can look your child in the eye and want nothing for them? Can you really call that person a friend? Is that a human being or is that an animal? There's a reason we train dogs, right? So let's be humans and not dogs, and remember those that want to profit off of our effort and benefit for doing nothing. There's a saying, and we hear it often. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. There's a lot of projects and there's a lot of things that need constructed. So let's grab a shovel and stop leaning on each other's shovel.
Yes, thank you so much, Jason. And also, it is so empowering to know that 99% or more of people support Creative Society. So our list won't be long. So thank you so much.
That's true. Thank you so much, guys. And I would like to invite our next speaker, Robert Mikita.
Greetings, everybody. Yes, Jason, you were right. There's a lot of work. After conducting 1 million of interviews in the past 9 years, 8 foundations of the Creative Society were shaped as a will and desire of people around the globe. 8 foundations of the Creative Society, a document which should be implemented into the constitution of every country around the globe. This will guarantee people that no law will be passed that will deprive a person of his or her rights or decrease his or her life. The highest value is the human life. After all, every country, it is its people. Country without a people doesn't exist. Society without people doesn't exist. The law and constitution can then be changed only by the electoral platform. Elected representatives will only act as sort of operational force within the framework of law and constitution, and they will only implement what we as people have decided and voted for. They will have to report regularly on what they are, how they are fulfilling what we have decided and voted for. Failure to do that will result in their immediate replacement. All socially important issues will be submitted for public discussion and vote. Implementation of human rights and freedoms cannot violate freedoms and rights of another person. Power will be in the hands of people. They will be responsible for the society as a whole. In the Creative Society, every human will be guaranteed essential life necessities, including food, housing, medical care, education, and full social coverage for free as a birthright. Mass media will belong to the society and will inform truthfully and openly, and will not follow up on interests of their individual owners, but they will follow up on interests of the society as a whole. Education will be free of charge and at equal level anywhere in the world. All people will be granted employment if they will desire to work, and the salary for identical job will be identical wherever it is performed in one country or another. This will give an opportunity for people to develop and evolve themselves and become humans with a capital H. As you will listen to our next speaker, Alexei, please, I want to ask yourself and answer yourself truthfully and honestly. What is the future and world that we want to leave for our children and grandchildren? Alexei, the audience is yours.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. And you know what, guys? Actually, if we look at how the laws are written today, we'll see a lot of similarities with the computer code, where we indicate what's acceptable and what's not by applying conditional if this, then that logic. And but the system became so complicated that, you know, you have to hire a professional lawyer just to find your way around and to know your rights. And that lawyer has to study for many years and keep himself up to date with new laws entering in every day almost. But does the legal system have to be so complicated? What if instead we started with the 8 foundations of the creative society and built our laws in a way that they guarantee and protect life and freedom of every human being?
Thank you so much.
What is unification? Then the question arises, what does unification mean? Well, it means the very simple thing, unification. On the very idea, unification means that together we participate with the attention that we work on a creative society. We give that the attention, the creative society. That's our unification. And guaranteed improvement of the lives for our children, for our grandchildren, and for all new generations when we unify our minds, our souls, our hearts, for the love of each other. It is an energy. It is contagious, as one said. No, you can use that word. It is contagious, because contagious doesn't mean bad. It's a good way of describing what we're willing to give each other. And we accept that. And that's why we're here today, because of contingency. Because this floor, this united society, creative, has brought it here. It's a contagious energy. And that's why we're here.
And another question that we would like to talk about today that we often get asked is, who is behind you? And the nature of this question is understood because we have been taught that if something happens, that there must be someone standing behind it, such as Soros or Putin or Trump or someone who defends their interests. Because we were taught that the world is divided into 2 parts that belong to oligarchs or the clans. And today, for the first time, there's only one interest, the interest of the people. And who stands behind us? The whole mankind. And this project is organized by people from all over the world. And behind it is the future of our kids and our conscience. And also, another question that we get asked is, who is your leader? Our leader is our children, and our sponsor is their future. It is our children's eyes that we look into and understand the legacy and the future that we're leaving behind for them. Is this the future that you want for your kids? And this is why we're here. This is why we're acting today. Because we're not, and why does this question come up? Because we're not used to not having someone who would benefit from the action that they're doing. And today, for the first time, this conference, the Creative Society, is not just a project for an individual group of people, but it is a project for the whole humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. And I would like to announce our next speaker, Manav Sachdeva Masum, poet, writer, ex-diplomat, professor, chief international officer at McCann World Group, ambassador by Ukraine and coalition.
Greetings, friends around the world. Today I'll talk to you about two main ideas. One will be on the topic of unity. What does it mean to have unity in terms of being able to express disagreements, but in a gentle way? And two, I'll talk to you about another topic, which I'll talk a little bit more later about the value of the person. The value being not enshrined in what they do for you, how they engage with you, but in their being themselves. Because this notion has taken over our very being. What does somebody do for me? How do I engage with them? What is the interrelational space? And therefrom, we drive a value. I want to disband that notion and say every being has value in and of itself, just by the fact of their birth. Let me start first with the idea of unity. What does it mean to aim for unity? What is unity? Would we call it the absence of conflict? Would we call it the presence of peace? When or how would we know we have reached unity? Unity is not the absence of disagreements, but methods of expressing the disagreements. In a nation, a club, a world, a city, even within a family, disagreements are only positions one takes about one's thoughts on a subject. These disagreements do not necessarily signify disunity. We can still be a united family, or a united club, a united country, even a United Nations family of countries around the world without needing to avoid disagreements. Disagreements are healthy even. However, when we turn disagreements into personal insults or express them in violent ways so as to express our disagreements in ways that hurt the other, rather than just having differences of opinion, we risk being disunited. Finding ways to find common ground or resolution of differences in a matter in accordance with justice, peacefully, is critical to unity. Unity is neither an idealistic goal, nor is it something that can never be achieved. Unity is a concrete concept which says that despite differences, we will find ways to care for each other. In war zones around the world where I've worked, I have noticed that unity requires acceptance of the other's life, the right to life, as having more value than the past's, however troubled it may be. It requires all sides to make compromises, see wisdom and gain in respecting each other and finding a way to express and find common ground that validates us. Unity does not always mean full agreement, but it does mean expressing, even if not resolving, in a manner that makes the other understand that one is disagreeing without calling the other in such a way so as to draw distance or garner hostility. It also behooves all listeners and all parties to disagreements to understand the concept of unity while expressing diverse and divergent views and thoughts through gentle expressions. Before we can work together to make unity, we must first agree on the system and principles of expression of disagreements gently, so as to maintain unity, especially when it appears impossible or too difficult. Unity of spirit, of health, of methods to express disagreements without losing that connection with each other is true unity. Now I want for each of us to understand the notion of value. every single person has value. Value not by contributing or doing something, but by being. Not by consuming or providing even, but by being. Every single person has value intrinsically by just their existence itself. We cannot talk of unity until we accept that we all have equal value based on our birth. We don't lose value based on what we contribute or not. We are of value simply because we exist. We can strive for our goals or even different lives, but we must not attribute more or less value to a particular life simply by what she or he can or cannot contribute. The profoundly simple understanding that each life and living being has intrinsic value is critical to understanding who we are and why we're put on this earth. Once we understand that purposes or resources or means for life do not determine the value of life, and life has value for each human simply because they exist, we will then and only then be able to unite in the knowledge that each one has value by their existence and not by their past, their caste, their class, their money, their passport, their skin color, their ethnicity, their religion. Differences are things to be respected, but not.
Mr. Manaf, thank you very much for sharing with us such a valuable understanding.
Thank you. Namaste. Sat Sri Akal. Jai Hind. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manaf. It was wonderful to hear one more time about unity, about value of human life. And if we all realize that human life is so valuable, then let's build a society in which we will enjoy this life. And next, I would like to announce our next speaker, Steve D'Onofrio. He is active participant in spreading information about creative society. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Wow. From the very beginning this morning, my heart has been full. My mind has been racing about all the possibilities. The speakers from around the world. What an amazing opportunity we've had together today so far. Are you watching? Are you paying attention? Are you listening to the common thread that's running through everyone's voice? Unity, human value. One of my favorite verses in the Bible says this: do not be conformed any longer to the patterns of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. What are our current patterns of this world? The consumer society, the pattern of us versus them. That's the patterns we live in. What's the transformation of our mind? What's the new consciousness? Whatever term you like to use, find it. Because this is where we begin to change. This is where evolution takes place, when we become transformed by the renewing of our mind. I like what Olga, one of the Olgas, was saying recently: who is behind you? The question's not who is behind us. The question's who is next to us. See, when someone says, oh, Steve, with your creative society, who's behind the creative society? Nobody. See, I stand next to people around the globe. I stand next to people around the world. I don't lead anybody. I don't follow anybody. I stand next to my brothers and my sisters. Seema said this from India. Dr. Seema said, we're all one family. These are all my family. The Creative Society, you can do a few things right now. One is take personal responsibility and say, you know what, I'm in. I like it. I'm going to decide that we can make a difference. I choose that there is a solution to all of the world's problems. I will take personal responsibility. What is the mindset? One of my favorite quotes is this: If you believe you can, or if you believe you can't, you are right. See, when we begin to believe we can build and create this creative society, then guess what? It begins to come forth in reality. I'm going to say something that might be a little shocking, and that is this: one person can't make a difference. What'd you say, Steve? Yes, you heard me. One person can't make a difference. What do I mean by that? See, one person is only one person, but a group of people can change the world. A group of people united around one common mindset, moved from influence to action. Action creates impact. And that makes all the difference in the world. I remember a story I heard once a long time ago, and I've changed a little bit because I like it, my ending better, but it goes like this. There was a man, and this man used to go on with his friends, and he'd walk the beaches by the coastline where he lived, and every morning him and his friends would meet, and they'd go for a walk. One particular morning, the man was watching a little boy, and this boy was running from ocean to ocean side, and he was throwing stuff into the ocean. He was so excited. And the man thought, what is this boy doing? Where's all this energy? Why is this happening? Driven by curiosity, the man went down to the boy and he said, young man, what is it you are doing? And the boy looked up at the man. He said, sir, and he held up a starfish and he said, I'm saving starfish. With a big smile on his face, he threw the starfish as far as he could into the ocean. And he said, see? And the man shook his head. Said, oh, boy, you ain't going to make a difference. You see, there's nothing you can do to save all these starfish. There are hundreds of starfish on this beach. And there's hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of coastline. You will never make a difference. The little boy, now looking dejected, picked up another starfish. And he threw it as far as he could. And with almost tears in his eyes, he looked up at the man. And he said, I saved that one. And the man kind of smiled and said, yeah, there's one. But as the man walked away, the boy said this, sir, do you want to save a starfish? And he said, what, me? And he goes, yes, it's easy. You pick it up. You tell it not to come back, and you throw it as far as you can for the second chance of life. And the man reluctantly, because he felt guilty now, picked up the starfish and he threw it into the ocean. And a smile came across his face. And the boy looked at the man and he said, doesn't that feel better? And the man said, yeah, it does. And he picked up another one. Along then, the man's friends came. And they said, what are you doing? He said, we are saving starfish. Get one. And they picked up a starfish. And see, before long, the entire beach was full of people throwing starfish back in the ocean. I am not standing in front of or behind anybody. The people on this call, the people listening to this call, the people you have heard from are standing side by side, each doing something together. How do you make a difference? Here's a challenge. Do you shop at local businesses? Find the local businesses, get on Creative Society, watch these videos of live conversation. So many entrepreneurs and say, what's your business? From now on, I'm going to do business with you because you support Creative Society. Do you have a school, an event, or an organization? You call a speaker from the Creative Society. There's hundreds of them around the world. Let them come in and talk to your students, to your employees, to your friends. See, together, we can make a creative society. When we stop being conformed by the patterns of this world and we become transformed by the renewing of our mind, we can stand side by side and build a creative society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I really enjoyed the wow at the beginning. I love that. The idea of unity, and as you were expressing the sense of one person starting something and the other coming along with a little, rejection in the beginning, but saw the good and joined in. Unity is such a thing that has become non-existing in our world, and it's because of the environment we live in, the environment that has been created, and we've subdued to it. We decided, okay, we'll just follow what everyone else is doing. You see a crowd running, other people start running. But this is something else that we would like to see people run to, because this is what we need, a creative society. This is what we need, people doing good deeds. We want that contagiousness of good deeds to go to the next person and the next person and the next. And all around the world, we're able to grab this energy and put it together in unity. Not one person, absolutely right. But we're all powerful individuals. And when we all come together, and we've seen that through the months, when we all come together, we can make things happen in a powerful way. Unity, what we need, absolutely. A creative society will give us that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, guys, and thank you, Steve. It was very inspiring. And to not lose this information, let's move on to the informational stage, because I personally think that informational stage is very important stage. I would say it's like most important stage. And thanks to information, thousands of people already learned and joined the project, Creative Society. But one interesting thing, what really bothers me, and our speakers talked about this, that people find out about this project not from the official media, but they found from the social media, which active participants doing and informing people about such a project, Creative Society. And what I wanted to do, I wanted to ask journalists, is it that difficult to write article about Creative Society? Don't you want to guys live in a good life? And have a good life and don't you want a good life for your kids also? So I think you should think about it really. And thanks to active participants of the project, people finally have a choice in what society, because Steve also mentioned choice, in what society to live in, a consumer or creative. Because when you don't know about the creative society, how can you choose between those two societies? And the most interesting thing is that many of the people said that they had dreamed about such a society all their life, and they're ready to act right now. It seems to me that it's a crime to suppress such important information for people, because, in fact, by our silence, we deprive people of their right to choose. Therefore, I think it's vital to inform all the people on the planet. And it's not that hard, guys. Every one of us have a gadget. It doesn't matter, phone, laptop, iPad, or something else. You just pull it, open your book, and you start to call or start to text your friends, your family, your co-workers, your neighbors, no matter who. And plus, I'm sure most of the people have social platforms where you can make a video or create a post. And it doesn't take that long. It's just 2-5 minutes, maybe even less, to mention something and ask your audience in what society you would like to live. So, and it's already going to get people's attention. So, and I guess, and we can spread the word about the Creative Society very quick. And Kate is going to tell us something interesting about it.
Thank you so much, Ola. Yes, so how fast we can notify the whole humanity about the Creative Society? I'm sorry. So let's say one person, I'm sorry. So let's say one person is going to notify 5. And these 5 on its end, they're going to notify another 5. So it's already 25. these 25 can already talk about it to 125, and using geometric sequence, we can come up with the number, how many days, and it's a little over 14 days. Just imagine, 14 days is going to be enough to notify the whole humanity, and they all will know about Creative Society. But as Ola already mentioned, if you make a post on social media, you can notify, or you can let know about Creative Society to even more people, 100, 1,000, sometimes even 1 million within a day. So it is possible to make it happen within a day, a single day. And just want to say thank you for Leslie, as he mentioned that we need unity. Yes, we need unity around one common goal, to do good for people.
Thank you so much, Katya, for reminding us about math again. That's very exciting that we really need only 14 days in order to notify all people on Earth. That's easy, right?
Yeah.
Just use math. Very, very understandable. Thanks. Now I understand why math was my favorite subject at school. So, and I would like to announce our next speaker, Dr. Parimal Merchant, Director of Global FMBA Program at Jain School of Global Management in India.
How about a world where all human beings get free food, free health, free education, and a decent quality of life? How about a world where human being is the central value? Nothing above the human being, no human being below another. Be it power, state, police, army, religion, all at the service of human being and not above human being. And at the same time, all human beings respecting equality. After looking at the proposals of Creative Society, I started thinking, where is the world heading today? Concentration of power in the hands of few, huge resources diverted to wars and weapons, manipulation of masses, inequality growing phenomenally all over the world. Where will the world head to? It is necessary for the world to change the direction. But came a question, is it possible? After all, the powerful people are so strong, the governments are so strong, the notions that the society can be only in the way it is today is so strong that even that dreams of possible human world seems to be impractical. But if we look at it a little deeper, we realize that after all, society, the way it is created by whom? It is made by human being. It will be changed by whom? It will be changed by human being. And who are they? You and me. But who will listen to me? I'm not a celebrity. Here, an analogy was very, very interesting. There is a floodlight, but once it is off, it is a total darkness. A floodlight cannot start another floodlight. The candle can. A candle may be small, it may be weak, but it can start other 10 candles, and this 10 candles in turn can start 100 candles, and this can start another 1,000 candles. We all may not be celebrity, we are not floodlight, but each one of us is a candle with the phenomenal power of spreading these thoughts to the people around us in our world. How can I start spreading the word? With whom do I talk? Well, I live in Mumbai in India. Perhaps I have nothing to do with someone living in Sudan. My world is people who are around me, my friends, living around me, my work colleagues. This is my world. And it is important to reach out to this world. But what about, will they accept me? Will they accept my proposal? Will they laugh at me? When I kept thinking on it, I realized that I will not know beforehand whether they will accept me or laugh at me. But what is very important is not their reaction. What is important is my honesty to myself. I decided to take it even further. So what did I do? I took my phone book. I was surprised I have more than 800 people in my phone book. I started sending them a message. One line message. Human life first. If you agree, we can chat further. That's it. Second week, I sent another message. Human safety for all. If you like, if you agree, we can chat further. Like this, 8 weeks, one after another, I kept on sending all the proposals of creative society, of building a more human world. Many of them reverted. Many of them will revert in the future. But I was so happy that I am really contributing to building a better world. Let us join hands in creating humanized earth and creative society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Parimal. And I don't know if you all recognize, but right now we are in a historic moment of our civilization. So right now, if you are not acting to share the information about creative society, you're stealing the future from our children. Are we enemies to our own children? Are we too afraid to speak up about the future of our kids? How can it be? So the creative society can only be possible if we all speak up and start actively participating and becoming a part of it. We can do it so much faster if we start sharing right now. So let's do it. Pull out your phone and go on your social media of your choice. It can be Facebook, LinkedIn, you choose, Instagram. And let's share this information and post to all your network about this amazing event, about creative society, about the people you have met today. And let's use 2 hashtags, hashtag creative society and hashtag Allatra Unites. And let's all connect with each other around the globe and really see how big our human family is. Let's stop being silent. We need to share this information as the future of our kids in our hands. It was not possible to do so before, but now, with technology we have, it is possible. We can share it with the whole civilization. As Kate said, we don't need much time to do so. We all got here today by using the rule of 6 handshakes. And if you don't know what the rule means, it only means that we are connected through 5 or less social connections from each other. But with technology we have right now in our hands, we are only 2 to 4 connections away. How cool is that? That we all know each other and we are not strangers. Let's be honest. Everyone is looking for a solution to the current problem in our society. A creative society is the only solution we have to get us out of the dead end of self-destruction. As you are the only one who can change the vector towards peaceful development by telling all your friends and family members today.
Thank you very much, Olga. Thank you very much, dear friends. It was really amazing conference, and for sure, this conference will change the future. Today, for the first time in the world, we have begun to tell the truth. Isn't it wonderful to call the things by their proper names? because our future depends on it. Because the sooner we stop lying and start telling the truth, the sooner we will build our beautiful and bright future. For the first time in the history of the world, people gathered together united by one goal, by one idea to build a creative society. We were not gathered by oligarch or somebody else. We were gathered by the future of our children, our future, the desire to live as human beings. For 6,000 years, humanity has been compressed like a spring, but it could not continue indefinitely. There comes a moment when the spring begins to unclench. Humanity begins to unclench, and that is wonderful. What a wonderful time we are living in, a time of change.
Thank you all so much. But let me remind you, we are tired of fighting for other ideas foisted upon us by people that want nothing for us. Trump, Putin, Soros, has the world ended with them? Are we just those cakes or the condiments that they literally eat? They literally eat us. We are told by all the informational sources that we don't have enough resources. It's an illusion. This world has enough resources for 24 billion people. Look around you. Ask yourselves, where does this information come from? They continuously tell us that the world is overpopulated. Think about it. Seriously, think about it. Why? Who benefits from putting that into our heads? You and I, and everyone in this room, does not own the media. Who owns the media? So where do we get our information from? That is why we have gathered to use social media, use our personal resources to bring this information to you. Because we are tired on behalf of our children. We're sitting here wearing rags. Kim Jong-un, have you guys forgotten about him?
No.
And what about Iran? They don't have nuclear weapons, but we're told they do. They can't blow us up. So what's next? Are we going to buy the same narratives that we're all used to? I'm not saying anything new. There's not one person in this room who hasn't spoken, or on the screen that hasn't spoken, that told you what you know. That what we all know. But I know it can be difficult. But I'm here to remind you, we're all here to remind you, that we are one family and one planet. Think about it. Borders are artificially constructed, man-made maps. So are we going to continuously living under the control of others who want nothing more for us? Ask yourselves. And the fact that we have gathered today, this very moment, has been absolutely worth it. I'll tell you why. They don't want us here. Why would they? They don't want you getting up off the couch. They don't want you taking action. They don't even want you caring about your children. They want us to take in ideas and live our life like we're robots. But we're not robots. We're human beings. Every one of you who are watching this around the world, it may be difficult to take action. I understand. It's not easy talking to friends and family. It's not easy stepping out of your comfort zone. Every one of us here know we're doing it. It's not easy. But don't our children deserve it? Don't you deserve it? Most of us who are watching are born before the 90s. All you have to do is look back and you'll see the same pattern over and over and over again. And none of us have been happy. We don't have an economy that works for us. We can't talk to our neighbors without wearing a mask. We can't get in our vehicles and drive where we want. Yes, I understand there's a real threat. Yes, I understand that it is a collective effort to manage people. But in a creative society, we would have already had the means to disseminate that information, work together, and this wouldn't be a dragged out problem. How could it be? Thank you all today, and be sure to share with your friends and family members if you feel inspired. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out at Alatra Unites, as it's been discussed, with all of your questions, any of them that come to mind. Ask. Thank you all for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
And right now, we have people from all over the world talking to each other. Millions of people joined and are watching us right now as this conference is translated to over 35 languages. And imagine, it is done by volunteers. And billions more will join us in a couple days. What's wonderful is that we're not sponsored by anyone. And let's be honest, our sponsor and our motivation is our children's future. We're human beings. We started a dialogue. And if we're talking today, that means we can change a lot of things tomorrow. And that is why we are here today. We want to live in a world worthy of a human being. After all, there are plenty of young and not so young people among us. And I wish we all have time to live in the creative society. But it depends on every person and their actions. So friends, let's start with simple steps. From this very moment, let's inform every single person about the creative society, because together we can. Thank you. And right now, please we'll watch a very short video.
We would like to express our deep gratitude for everyone who took part in today's conference, for everybody who helped us to prepare this conference, because we all understand this is not the project of one group of people, that's our project. It's a project of entire humanity. Thank you very much for being with us today, and we truly hope to see you very, very, very soon on the platform of ＡLLATRA International Public Movement.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thanks for everyone that viewed today all around the world. We could not be here today if it wasn't for the world uniting together to see and to feel the movement of our creative society.
Let's create together, because united we can.
And we will. That's why we're here. Creative society is the society of the future. And the world has decided on that today in this historic event of energy and unity.